Just around 2 months ago now, I created the BETH Stack. That's BUN, Alicia, Terso, and HTMX. And in that first video, I only made a really simple to-do app, but I want to show that that technology can scale to something a bit more complex. So in this video, we're going to make a multi-tenant B2B SaaS app start to finish. And I'm going to show you the whole thing. So let's take a sneak peek at what the end product is going to look like. We're going to be building a customer service ticket app where every organization has their own entire database. And each organization is going to have their own custom link they can send to customers. So it's going to look like this. And a customer can enter in, I have a link problem. It doesn't work sometimes. And they're going to be able to create that ticket. And then this is actually the employee view, but they're going to be able to go in and be like, I can help you. And then let's say they never respond, you can mark it as closed. And because this is multi-tenant, right, it's organization scoped, we want to add employees. So we have this employee invite code we can copy. And then if we go to a new user who's never signed in before, we can sign in and get directed to this new user page where we can either create a new organization that's going to create an entire new database for that organization, or we can join an existing organization. So here we can put in our code, and now we're a member of Org1 and see all of the tickets and close them. Very cool. I put a ton of thought into all the different parts of this stack, and I think the way they come together is something really cohesive, and I hope you'll see that in the rest of the video. And make sure to stick around to the end, because I'm going to show you how we can scale our app all around the world at the edge in just a couple of terminal commands. With that out of the way, let's get straight into it. So to get started, we're going to use the create BETH app CLI. It's a bit bare bones for now. I'm hoping to make it more like T3 app-esque in the future where you're going to have options you can choose, but it works for now. So I'm just in a fresh new directory on my WSL machine. So I'm going to type in bunx create BETH app, and you should be good to do at latest here. The BUN package manager has some weird caching issues, so I'm going to manually type in the version. It might be updated past this by the time you see this video, so just stick to at latest. You should be fine. So what this is going to do is, again, right now, very, very simple. It's just basically cloning a template I have set up. So you're probably going to want to get rid of that Git repository and put in our own. So then we could just in here and commit. So this template is kind of big, but I'm going to take some time to just explain what's going on first, and then we'll start building the app. So the project that create BETH app CLI creates might look kind of big, but I'm just going to go through it folder by folder just to kind of explain what's going on before we start. So at the very top is our auth. We're using Lucia auth, which is a really, really great auth library. It kind of takes away a lot of the complexity of auth and gives you a bunch of functions to very easily call stuff. And they also have a lot of built-in OAuth providers, which we're definitely going to be taking advantage of. Then in our components folder, we have our standard JSX components. You might recognize this from the first video. This is just our base HTML shell. And something new I've added since then is the ability to have async components. So these are kind of like server components if you've worked with React. So here you can see we have this async initial tweet list. And in this function, it's actually calling the DB to get its own data. I'm not going to be doing a ton of these in the app we're going to build later, but I actually have full React cache and Next cache equivalents if you really want to get into this, but I'm probably going to make another video about that, so look out for that. Something you'll notice here that's also kind of cool is a type error. So we actually have type safety on our HTMX attributes, and that's from this htmx.d.ts file. And so basically, because Alicia is type safe, we can get all of the get routes and all of the post routes. Then we can assign all the ones that start with API to the hx post, hx get, which creates a really cool DX. Now this one's bad because we added some search params, so might be some room to improve there, but very, very cool. Moving on to config. This is mainly just for environment variables. So we're using the end package from T3, which is really, really awesome. Allows us to Zod validate our environment variables. And here we just have some database connection stuff, some log level stuff, node environment, and our OAuth stuff. Pretty standard. I also added the ability for you to add command line args. I never really found a use for that, but it's there if you need it. Now our context. This is pretty important because the way Alicia works is you can have routers that inherit behavior from other routers. So we're going to have a global context router that all of our other routers are going to inherit from, and then we're going to merge all of those routers back into one single router, which we're going to then, that's the one we call .listen on, which is going to actually open the server, which is pretty cool. And you might be worried about using this router all over the place, but Alicia is actually, again, this happens at start time, so it's not during requests. And Alicia, if you provide a unique name, which we are, automatically deduplicates when you use routers multiple times. So Here we're just decorating, which just means kind of adding an object to our context. So we're adding our DB, our config, our auth. We're adding some BETH Stack stuff and some logging. Now onto the controllers. So here is where our API routes are. So you can see we export this API router with a API prefix, and we then use, and this is, like I said, where we are merging the routers. So here, if we go to our auth controller, so this is a new router that inherits like the context router and then adds some routes. Then we create this API, which inherits that auth controller, and then we're going to merge that with our other routes to create our main router. So our auth controller has some sign up, some sign in, some sign out, again, using Lucia. And here we have our tweets controller, which does some CRUD for the tweets for this example app. Moving on to our DB now, we're using Drizzle, of course, a really awesome type-safe ORM. And our database provider is Terso, who's actually sponsoring this video. They have some really, really amazing features we're going to take advantage of in our app later in the video. But just in general, they're a really great SQLite for the edge provider. So now onto our pages, and this is kind of file system routed. Now you don't have to do it this way, and you can see actually like we don't do file system routing for our API routes, right? Like we have a post endpoint and another endpoint in the same file. But for pages, I kind of liked that pages are like actual routes the user will see, and so it could be kind of helpful to have like a folder directory that represents those routes that the user can see. Where the API routes, they can be a bit more condensed, they might be smaller. But for routes the users can see, I like the idea of doing kind of file-based est routing. It's not actually file-based. You can see for like we have an auth group here, and we have our login route. And you can see actually like you don't have to do file-based routing, right? Like I have the GitHub callback in this file. And then we, again, merging the group. So we merge this and any other routes we want to in this folder into this auth group. And then we merge that auth group into this kind of top level collection route, which we call pages. And that also has our index route in here. And again, here's our context. So we're using the context, and then here we can like validate our request with our context and return the session, and then use that session in our handler. Finally, the types. So HTMX, kind of already talked about that. We have some cool HTMX typing, and Lucia, this is just some types for Lucia. And finally, where we bring it all together into our main.ts file. So we're using the static plugin, and this is to serve like a public folder. This is really going to be only used for CSS, but pretty cool. And for CSS, we're using Uno CSS, and Uno CSS is really, really awesome. It's super fast and has a lot of really cool features. The biggest really being the icons. So it provides pure CSS icons. So it's literally like a class name on a div, converts it into an icon, which is super awesome. We're going to use those a ton. And it creates, I have the out directory as public dist Uno CSS. So we have that in our base HTML. It's just fetching that. And that's being served by the static plugin. And then we're using our API routes, we're using our pages routes, and that's going to give us one big router that represents our entire app, which we're going to call .listen on. So let's discuss a bit about the kind of overall structure for this app we're going to build. So like I mentioned, it's multi-tenant. So we're going to have multiple organizations, which all have like their own data. And typically, you could represent that in one database, but we might want to separate that data, right? Maybe it's super sensitive, but also we might want to make it super easy to extract, right? Like if one organization wants all their data, it'd be really cool if we could just like dump the contents of one entire database. Now, normally databases are really expensive, but remember SQLite is just a file. So really, we can make a ton of SQLite databases super cheap. And that's actually what we're going to be able to do now with Terso. So Terso is going to allow you to create up to 500 databases on their free plan, and it's going to be up to 10,000 on their scalar plan. And so we're going to create a new database for every organization, and all of the ticket information and all of the chat information is going to be stored completely separately. So if that organization ever wanted that data, we could just SQLite dump it into a single file and give it to them super, super easy, which is really cool. The other thing we're going to take advantage of is Terso's new embedded replicas feature. So you might have seen this video from Theo about like edge latency, and it kind of demonstrates one of the problems with edge, where it's really great to have your server right next to your user. But if you have like one big database in a single data center, kind of multiple round trips there can add a ton of latency. And here's a copy of that diagram. Now, Terso already makes it super easy by basically allowing you to add a replica here, right? So here's like the primary. And here the database the replica is talking to the primary. And this allows you to bring this database much closer, right? But there's still a network boundary here. Like even if this is 40 milliseconds versus like 200 milliseconds, SQLite is an embedded database, right? Like we could get even faster if we could read a file. And so what Terso's new feature allows you to do is to put a replica like inside your computer. It's actually a SQLite file. And what this means is you can get microsecond reads while still keeping up your entire replicated global network. And this is important because let's say you have like another edge function over here. It can still talk to the primary, right? Like you're not limited to this being on this system because all the primary is still remote. But it means that when you have these like sequential reads, they're just super, super fast, which is really, really cool. And we're going to take advantage of that. So now let's actually get to coding. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a new database with Terso DB create. And I'm going to call this BETH. Let's go. And so then, meanwhile, that's going, I'm going to create a new .env file. And when this finishes, we're just going to leave it in one location for now. And so we're going to Terso db show BETH -- URL to get the URL. We're going to put that into our environment. Then we're going to Terso db tokens create BETH to get our auth token. Just going to copy paste that in. And make sure these are kept secret. I'm definitely going to have these all rolled by the time you see this video. So don't even, don't try to connect because they're all going to be gone. So now we're going to add, make our node environment development and our log level. I'm just going to set that to debug for now. And these, I think we can just put in whatever and our app will still launch. So if we BUN dev now, oh, is it mad? What's it mad about? Let's see. So here, this is actually something very nice that it will tell us if we're missing an environment variable. So we are missing our database connection type. Now this is actually really important because again, working with Terso, you get a ton of flexibility. So you can have a local SQLite file for development, you can have a remote database, or you could have a local replica database, which is what we're going to talk about later. So for now, I'm just going to put this in as remote, and we can start up our server again. And now it should be launching. So if we go here and we go to localhost, let's see. Because we forgot to db push. So we're going to BUN db push, and we're going to click yes, and changes applied. So then we can BUN dev again. If we go back here, looks good. So we can sign in. And here, so in the example app, I have a, so we can just test 1, 2, 3, and we could sign up. Oh, sign up, right? And now we can create a new tweet. I'm going to say, hi, this is a tweet. Cool. All right, so let's actually, now we're going to gut a lot of this stuff to get started on our app, right? Because it's Twitter clone, you can play around with this, but we're not making just a Twitter clone. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to switch to Google Auth instead of GitHub Auth. GitHub is great, but I think for this app, I feel like businesses, everyone has a Google account. So we're going to work with Google. So let's start by, we're going to shut down our server, and we're going to go to Auth. And we're going to, instead of GitHub, we're going to import Google from the Lucia providers. We're just going to put that in here, and then we're going to change our config variables to, let's make these Google client ID, Google client secret. Then let's see what it's asking for. Client ID, client secret, and it's asking, I think it wants a callback URL, right? So we're going to make this, and let's actually, to our config, let's add a host name as well. Host name, or host URL, that works. And so we're going to put in config.end.hosturl.auth/Google, and we're actually going to make this /API as well. So /API/auth/Google/callback, that works. And then here we get Google and Google. Client secret looks pretty good. Forgot the $sign there. And so now we want to update our auth to match our config. So to host URL, host URL. We're going to add this. Looks good. And then now we need to make these Google. And so now let's go to Google and make a new app. So we're going to go to Google Cloud, credentials. So you can see here's the one I have set up. But we're actually going to make a new project. And we're going to call this BETH SaaS. Let's go. BETH SaaS. Getting good. It'll take just a second to load. So once it loads, we're going to need to configure our consent screen. So we're going to make this external because we want other people to use it. We're going to call this BETH SaaS. Let's go. I'm just going to put in my email here. And then the authorized domains, we're just going to put what our production domain is going to be when we deploy. And then for scopes, we're going to add the email scope because we want to have the user's email. I think I need to click save somewhere. Yep, update. That's good. Moving on, we're going to add some test users. So we're going to add, now if you ever do go to production, I think you have to get your app verified. But just for now, I'm just going to add 2 emails of mine that we can use to test. Looks good. And so we can go back to the dashboard and we can get our credentials. So let's make a new create credentials, OAuth client ID, and we're going to make this a web application. We're going to call this just web app 1. This is going to be where we put our HTTP local host 3000. Then our callback URL is what we had earlier here. So we're going to get that from here and go back and just add that here. It looks good. And here, so now we can go to our environment variables and put these in. So this is our client ID and here's our client secret. Looks good. So now we can OK. So now we're also going to want to update our database schema to kind of hold this additional information we're getting from Google. So I'm going to rename this handle to name. And then we're also going to add a email field. And this actually could be knowable because if we look at the Google user we get from Lucia, you'll see that email is actually optional. So what we're going to use name, we're going to use the picture, we're going to use the email as well. So we can go back here, name, and then picture. It's going to be text. This one is going to be not null. Looks good. So now that we changed our schema, we're going to want to push those changes. Now, because we had some data in there before that doesn't necessarily match the schema, I'm just going to delete it for now. If you have like actual data you care about, definitely think about how you want to migrate that. But just for now, I'm just going to terso db shell, we call that BETH, right? That's going to put us in. And so we're just going to delete from user key. We're going to delete from user session. Then we're going to delete from user. Looks good. So if we dot tables, you'll see that we have all those, but they're just going to be empty now. So we can D, and then we can push our database schema, add that column. Looks good. Awesome. So now we're going to change our auth controller a little bit. So in the template example, it uses kind of username, password sign up, but we actually don't want any of that. So we're just going to get rid of it. Looks good. So we're going to use our sign out. So here's our sign out route. And all sign out's doing is it's taking the context, it's validating it. And if there's a session, it's going to invalidate that session and then just kind of set the cookie to null. So something you'll notice here is this, setting the HX location header. This kind of looks like setting the normal location header, which is how you would do a redirect. But this is for something HTMX does, where it can actually, instead of doing like a full page redirect, HTMX will actually get that link for the redirect in the background and kind of do a client-side swap, which could be a little bit smoother for the user. And it's something we definitely want to take advantage of. But if HTMX isn't the one that made that request, it's actually not going to work. So what we want to do is only set this HX location header if it's an HTMX request. Otherwise, we just want to do a normal redirect. So to do that, we're going to create a little custom function, and we're going to do that. We're going to create a new folder called lib, create a new file, just an index.ts file. And we're going to export function redirect. And this is going to take a set and a headers. And these are objects we're going to get from our Alicia context. So we'll worry about the types in a second. Let's get rid of that. So now, what we're going to do is if headers at HX request equal to true. And this is just a header that HTMX puts on every request so we can know if it came from HTMX or not. And so if it's so, we're going to set dot headers, and we're going to put HX location. And actually, we need to take a href as well here. Href string. We're going to set that equal to href. Otherwise, else, we're going to set dot redirect equals to href. So now the type of this, so headers is pretty easy. That's just a record string, and this is actually string or null. And again, these are things we get from the Alicia context. So I'll show you that in a second here. So if we go to Alicia on this context object, we get context dot headers, again, record string or null, and also context dot set, which is this type. And so you can see the headers, this is like where you can set the headers for the response. And status is either a number, or we have like all of the strings, which are like the text representations of those numbers. So we can just copy this here and put that in set number or string. And that looks good. Actually, this is also redirect string. Perfect. So now we're going to replace this with redirect from /lib, and we're going to put in set context.set headers context.headers, and then we're going to set our href to /. We're actually going to make sign out a GET request as well. And what this is going to do is if we send a GET request to /sign out, we're going to handle that auth request, see if there's a session. And if there's a session, we're going to invalidate it and redirect the user to the index page. And so if there's a session, we're going to invalidate it and redirect the user to the index page. We're actually also going to do that in here if there's not a session either way. So either way, just always getting redirected to the index page. And actually, we can just put a early return there just for TypeScript. Looking good. Okay. So now we need to add how to sign in. So now we're going to go back to our auth file here. And this is still called GitHub Auth. We're going to call this Google Auth. This is going to provide us all of the kind of ways to work with the Google Auth. So we're going to create a new endpoint. It's going to be /git. It's going to be /sign in /Google. And this doesn't have to be /Google, but we might want something else in the future. And we're going to create a new handler here. So what we want to do is we're going to import our Google Auth object, and we're going to kind of just result. We're going to Google Auth dot, and we're going to generate the authorization URL. And so this result is actually a URL and a state. So we're going to destructure that. We're going to URL and state. Looks good. So now we're going to create a cookie. So we're going to const state cookie equals serialized cookie. And we're going to get that from Lucia. And we're going to call this the Google Auth state. And it's going to take our state and an object of options. And we're going to set the max age to say 60 times 60. And then we're going to set HTTP only to true. Now for the secure option, we're going to set that to whether our config node end. So we're going to get our config.end.node end. There we go, is equal to production. Otherwise, we don't need it to be super secure. And our path is just going to be the index route. And it looks like I forgot an await here. We also need to make this an async function. Looks good. So now that we have our cookie, we're going to get our set from our context set. We're going to set headers set cookie. We actually don't need to serialize this at all even. There we go. They're going to set redirect to the URL. This actually is a URL object, so we need to call toString. Looks good. So now, and this is not a function, this is a property. Looks good. So the final thing we need to do before we get our auth working is set up our callback URL, right? So that's where we set Google to point out that /API auth Google callback. So let's go set that up. So we're going to create a new endpoint /Google/callback. And so what Google is going to do is it's going to set some query parameters. And it's also going to set some cookies, which we're going to access through the headers. And then we're going to set up our handler. So the first thing we need to do is get what's called the code and the state from the query parameters. So we're going to destructure those. State code equals query. So now we need to get the cookie. And so first we're going to get all of the cookies, and that's going to be, we're going to use the parse cookie function from Lucia. And we're going to pass it our headers at cookie or an empty string. Looks good. And so we're going to get our state cookie equals our Google auth state. Perfect. So now that we have these, there's a couple of things we need to guard for. So first of all, if we don't have our state cookie, that's going to be an issue. Now, if we also don't have our state, that's also going to be an issue. And if these aren't the same, state cookie equal to state, that's also going to be a problem. And the final thing is we also need the code. So or not code. Cool. And if that happens, we're just going to set the status equal to unauthorized. And we're going to return. Looks good. So now we can proceed. In Lucia, this is just from their documentation. They recommend throwing this all in a try-catch block. So we're going to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get a result, and we're going to get our Google Auth, and we're going to validate Google Auth. Nope, that's not what we want. Google Auth.validate, validate callback. We're going to put in our code. So from this object we get back, we're going to get our create user, create existing user, and Google user. Perfect. So now we're going to create a little helper function called get user. It's going to be async. The first thing we're going to do is, thank you Copilot, get the existing user. And if there's an existing user, we're just going to create it. Otherwise, we're going to create a user. Now, what do we need to create a user? So to create a user, these are all the columns in our database. So we're going to fill it, and we can see, we're going to ask for some attributes. And it wants a handle, and that's because we have not updated our Lucia types to match our database. Basically, whenever we make a change to our database auth schema, we need to update our Lucia types. So in our auth, we have a name, an optional email, and a non-optional picture. So we're going to update that. We're going to have name, picture, string, and email. That's not right. Email. Perfect. Now when we go back here, we have a little error here, and we'll get to that in a second. And there's one other error here. Looks like I was, that's not supposed to be like that. So now we're going to provide these attributes. It's asking for the name, and we're going to get the Google user.name, Google user.email, and picture, Google user.picture. Looks good. Are the types happy? The little issue it's saying is it expects email to be optional or there. And so we can actually just, all we need to do is make this string or undefined or null, right? Because it could be null in the database. So when we go here, we're just going to make this null. Perfect. And then, of course, don't forget a comma. So now we're going to call const user equals await get user. Perfect. And now that we have a user, we're going to create a session. So we're going to const session equals, and we're going to get the auth object from our context, auth. And then we're going to auth.create session, and Copilot's a little wrong here. We're going to pass in our user ID, user.id. Looks good. Oh, not good. Attributes we need to put as a undefined object, empty object. And this should be user ID. So this attributes field is if you want to have like custom attributes for each session, you can put those in your database schema, put them in the Lucio types. For our use case, we won't actually need this, so we can just leave it as empty. And now we get a promise to a session, so we're going to await that. Now that we have a session, we're going to get a cookie, session cookie. That's all right, session cookie. We're just going to pass out our session. And finally, now that we have our cookie, we're going to set.header set cookie to the new cookie. We're going to call our redirect function. We're going to redirect them just to slash for now. And again, we need to pass in our set and headers. Perfect. So now if an error occurs, what are we going to do? So we're going to import the not duplicate error. If it's an instance of OAuth request error, this is something we get from Lucia. So if this is the case, we're just going to put unauthorized, and then otherwise, we're just probably going to return a 500. So we're just going to set that status, internal server error, and return. Now, the other thing we can do is we can get our log from here. Again, this is a Pinot logger. And let's log out this error. I'm going to log.error e and say error signing in with Google. Perfect. So now let's update our main auth object. So basically, this user schema is what's represented in our database. And this get user attributes is what's going to be like available in our auth context. So we no longer have a handle, but what we do have is perfect. Now, what else is on data? Let's see. It's like foo data dot ID. That might be useful. So we're just going to throw that on there as well. Perfect. So now we can go to our index page and see, let's put in the name, that name. And so we're getting the session and this derive. So derive is something that basically allows you to modify your Alicia context, but it runs every request. So every request before we get to the handler, derive runs. And it's taking our context and it's getting the session. And if there's a session, it's basically adding it into the context. So this session here is this session here. And so then in our component, say if there's a session, we can say hi. And this sign out, this should be good. Why is it mad? Let's see. This API. /auth/sign out. That should be okay. Just restart the TypeScript server. Maybe it's mad. And otherwise, we're going to go to /login. Perfect. Let's see what's happening. So we can see /API/also sign out. Is this a post? Yeah, that's why. Here, we want to make this actually an anchor, and this is going to be the href. Perfect. So now, in this initial tweet list, this one's not going to work anymore, so we're just going to get rid of this. So let's try this out. So let's go to BUN dev, see if there's any errors. Let's see. GitHub auth. What did I forget to remove? Here. I think other than that, we should be good. So this is our sign up page, our login page. Let's make sure we're using the right terms for that. So on the back end, we have /signin/Google. So let's just make this /login/Google. Then we're going to have a sign in page, which is just going to be /login. Let's rename this to login. Okay, and then here we're doing the same thing. So if there's a session, we're just redirecting to /. And then let's see here. We can actually get rid of this form. We don't need, because this is for the email password stuff. Get rid of this, rid of this. And here we're going to put the login/Google. I'm going to say sign in with Google. And then this is the Uno CSS icons I was talking about earlier. I'm just going to make this the Google icon. I think there we should be good. Then we can get rid of all of this. And let's try it out. Oh, there we go. Okay. So now if we BUN dev and we go to our local host, we can sign in with Google. And so this is not found because our link is wrong. So let's fix that. If we go to index, we don't want to go to /login. We want to go to /API /login /auth /login /Google. Let's just double check that. Here. So /API /auth /login /Google. Looks good. And remember, we have live reload now. So this, if we go back, look at that. Oh, our callback is now working. Let's see what happened. So it looks like we're getting caught here, and that's because I made a silly mistake. This should be not equals to. Perfect. So now, again, automatic reload. Let's go back. And perfect. So now we're signed in with Google, and we can sign out, sign in. Perfect. Now that we have our authentication working, we can actually gut out even more of what's already here. So let's go back and let's get rid of, if we go to our index page, we can get rid of this tweak creation form. That's not really needed. I think we can actually go to our components folder and just get rid of all of this. Looks good. Perfect. What's it mad about? Here, our tweets controller. We can just get rid of that as well. And here it might be mad because here. And our live reload is up. So if we go back, looks good. We can sign in, sign out. So awesome. We have full auth working now. And so now let's integrate those Terso embedded replicas like I was saying earlier. So before we do that, let's actually see how long our auth is taking. So let's go to our index. And in here, we're going to do, what's the error? These are not here anymore. We're going to const now equals performance.now. And then after we do our auth, we're going to console.log, see if Copilot can get this auth time. Perfect. Now let's go back. We open here, we do it a couple times. We can see that these are taking around, 40 milliseconds. The first one takes a little bit longer because that's to start the connection. Around 40 milliseconds, it looks like. So now what we're going to do is move to an embedded replica. So what we need to do that is go to here, and you can see I already have a little bit of this set up. So we're changing our config, and instead of before, we're just passing our database URL and our auth token. Now, we're putting our auth token, not our auth token, we're putting our database URL as a sync URL, and our URL as a local file. So what it's going to do is create a local SQLite file that's going to sync with our database URL. And so to do that, we're just going to change this to local replica. Now let's restart our server. As you can see, there's the files. And I also, by default, the database has to be synced, right? So your local embedded replica is all the writes go to the remote. So you're only reading from the replica, right? Because if you were trying to write to the local one, might get out of sync. That'd be really hard. So writes are over the network, but in most apps, like the majority of database kind of interactions are reads. So reads are the most important. But we have to manually sync. You might think manually sync. I don't want to manually sync, right? That's really annoying, but it's actually good because you can control when you run it. So in our context here, I just have it running on a cron using the Alicia cron plugin every 2 seconds. But we could also choose to not do that, right? And it's almost like a really good cache, except you don't have to invalidate it. You just, as soon as you want it to be in sync, you call sync. And it talks to the primary over the network and gets all the new data. So right now I just have it running on a cron, and it's not blocking, right? It's doing this asynchronously. We're just voiding the promise it returns. And then when we create our client, we're calling it right away, right? I would say the majority of apps don't need like instantaneous up-to-date data, but you probably have parts that like do need to be right up to date, right? Like if a user signs in, you don't want that to land right in like the second between syncs, right? But because you have manual control, right, after an important write, you can automatically sync, or right before a really important read, you can sync. And so you get full control. So now let's see how fast our auths are. Remember, they were like 40 milliseconds before. So if we do this a couple times, we can see we are at under a millisecond. We're at half a millisecond. So let's just confirm here. We were at 40 milliseconds, and now we're at half a millisecond. So we're just getting insane read speeds with these embedded replicas, and it's a really, really cool feature and very exciting to be able to use. And again, this is totally free on Terso. You can do this right now. Now let's focus on the multi-tenancy aspect. When a new user joins, we're going to ask them either to create a new organization or join an existing organization. So let's start with the front end for that. So we're going to create a new route called new user.tsx. Something I'm going to do now is actually move this derive function onto our global context object. Before, it might be a little inefficient because there would definitely be like maybe some routes where you don't necessarily need to see if the user is signed in, and that's like a database call you don't need to make. But now that our database calls are like half a millisecond, right? It's super cheap. So I'm going to take this and I'm just going to we're going to go to derive and I'm just going to slap it on here. Perfect. And so now we can go into our routes. Let's actually see everywhere else we're using derive. We can go here. Oh, it's just this one place. And we can get rid of this and everything should still work, right? Yep, perfect. And so now let's make our new user route. So we're going to export const new user equals new Alicia. And we're just going to .get / new user. Okay, and we'll just return this hi. And then also what we need to do is here, and then let's also make sure, you might notice this HTML stream function. I added HTML streaming, kind of like Next.js, to the BETH Stack JSX runtime. We're not going to be using it in this project, but again, also might make another video about that. So we can actually just use the HTML function here. And all this is doing is setting up all of the rendering for the JSX runtime. So if you're using the cache function, it will reset the cache, the render cache, and also it will provide all of the right headers and it actually returns a response. So it provides the headers for the browser. So now in our new user, we're going to use HTML. Let's go here. We're going to wrap this in that. And so now let's say we're going to let's make this a div. And we're going to make say h1 hi new user session.user.name. We're going to make sure to provide the safe attribute here. So by default, the JSX runtime we're using doesn't escape. And that's just because all JSX elements evaluate to promises of strings. So there's no way to know whether it is like a text node or another JSX element node. The creator of Kita.js, which is the JSX runtime we're using, has a TypeScript plugin. Here, this TypeScript plugin. And it will actually give you warnings about places where you should be using the safe attribute, which is really, really helpful. The reason I'm not using it right now is because it gives some false positives around like ternaries and other kind of JSX expression stuff. But it's really important just to make sure that we're escaping stuff. And also, look, we're getting type errors because we forgot to use our context. We can use our context, import it from context. Perfect. And now we're going to ask them, let's have like a P, do you want to join or create a organization? And what's it mad about? Here, because this needs to be a function. Perfect. So now, and here, if we don't have a session, then we're going to get our redirect function. We're going to here, and then we're going to /login. Looks good. And then we need to get the set and the headers for that. And we're going to pass it set headers. That looks good. And then we can also return for TypeScript. Perfect. So now let's start up our dev server again. And we can go here and try this out. And if we go to, oh, then what we want to do is make our callback. So if we go to our auth controller, not here, our auth controller, instead of sending a new user to here, we're going to send them to /new user. Looks good. So we can sign out, sign in. We're going to get sent to new user, which is not found because we didn't add it here. So we're going to import new user. Perfect. And then we're going to add new user. And then if we go back, looks good. Okay. Why is the styles kind of messed up? Because we forgot the base HTML. That's why. So let's go to new user. And of course, we're going to want to wrap this in our base HTML component. So let's do this there. Boom, 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 boom. Looks good. Cool. So now we're going to call this the BETH B2B SaaS customer support. Let's go. We go back. Look at that automatic reload. Very, very cool. So if I save here, it automatically, you notice I'm not refreshing the page. It's actually a WebSocket connection that the gets set up. The way that works is you get the script, which is just a little script that connects to the WebSocket. And when the WebSocket sends it an event, it calls location.reload. And so then in our dev script, dev calls the live reload script, which runs the BETH Stack CLI. And that starts up a WebSocket server, which kind of sends those messages. So that's really, really cool. So now, before we can ask users to create or join an organization, we have to actually define what an organization is. So we're going to need to start with our database schema to do that. So we can actually, let's get rid of our tweets. Or actually, let's use this as a template. So our user, they're going to have an organization ID. Organization ID. Perfect. And so then let's create a new table called organization. And let's make this plural, organizations. And these helpers are actually really, really cool. So by default, Drizzle provides us types for insert and delete, or just like select organization. And if you want to kind of expand on these to create like update and delete types, you can totally do that. So Alicia uses Typebox for validation, and Drizzle has a Typebox library. So you can generate the Typebox schemas, which we can pass to Alicia right in our handlers, which is super, super awesome. So let's just get rid of these. Organization schema. Perfect. So what do we want our organization to have? So I think ID is pretty good. So what do we want our organization to have? So I think ID is pretty much a given. We're also probably going to want a name. And so it's going to be a text name, not null. Looks good. Now we're also going to need the database credentials, right? So we're going to have a database name, database. Let's make this like snake case, database name. Looks good. And our database auth token. Right? Because we're creating a new Terso database for every single organization. So we need to store those credentials somewhere so we can access them to connect to the database later. So we can let that autocomplete. And then just some kind of standard stuff. We're going to have a created at, which is going to be a integer. Instead of being in mode number, this is going to be in mode timestamp. And that actually allows us for like this type to be a date. So we can provide a default function. And this is going to return a new date. So Drizzle makes it super easy to work with dates because it handles all the serialization, deserialization. And so that looks pretty much good. We actually really don't need any indexes here. We're only ever going to be looking these up by ID most likely, which is already an index. We can get rid of this. And now we can rename this file to organization. And let's actually, before we do that, let's push all the other changes we've made. Let's get rid of this here. All those other changes, we're going to call these Google OAuth. Let's commit. Looks good. So now in our index, we're actually going to get rid of these relations here and all of these. We're going to export organization from organizations. So now back in our user table, this organization ID, there should be an ID. ID is going to reference the organizations in the organization table. So we're going to create that in code with Drizzle. So we're going to export our user relation. This is going to equal a relations from, this needs to be relations, Drizzle. And this is going to take the user table. This is going to be a one-to-many, right? Because a user only has one organization, but an organization can have many users. So this is going to be a 1 here, and we're going to return an object which has an organization. It's going to be 1. And 1 is a function that takes the table here, and then we can pass in an object. So the field on the user table is going to be the user.organization ID, and it's going to reference organizations.id. And there we should be good. Now we want to go in here and we want to export that relation, user relations. So now let's go to our organizations and let's create that many relationship. So we're going to export const organization relations, and it's going to relations, it's going to equal a relations, it's going to be on organizations, it's going to be a many, return an object, it's going to be, I actually don't need any of this, just one like that. Perfect. And so the way, now you know, some of these like built-in Lucia tables, and these are just copy-pasted from the Lucia docs, they have these dot references, and these are setting up like actual foreign key constraints. But these relationships we're setting up don't have constraints. They're just kind of defined in the way we're querying the data and the way we're inserting the data. And so what this allows us to do is if we go to our DB here, we can db.query.organizations.find many, and then we can with users true. And if we look at the result, const result equals 08, you can see that we get users never. And the reason for that is because we never exported the relations. Now that we do that, go back here, look at that, fully typed, pretty awesome. So that's cool, right? But now we need to set up the schema for that organization DB. And this is a little bit hard to conceptualize, right? Like doing schema management and migrations for one database is hard. How do we do that for like 10 or 1,000? It's actually going to look pretty similar to how we do the normal database. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in the DB directory called primary. I'm going to take our schema folder and our index. I'm just going to drag it in there. I'm going to create a new folder in DB called tenant. And this is going to have basically its own one of these. So I'm just going to copy these for now and put them. Let's make sure we have the right stuff selected. Copy, paste. Actually, copied too much. Here, copy and paste. Perfect. Let's see what it's mad about. Just some import stuff. So let's fix that. Are these all good? These look all good. And also let's take the time now to let's just update our Drizzle config because we moved it. So this is going to be /db/primary. And then other than that, we should be able to BUN DB push with no problems here. And we're creating a new table. Yes, I want to remove one table. Perfect. Okay. And so we created that organizations table and we added the organization ID column to our user table. Perfect. So now what we're going to do is set up the schema for our tenant databases. And also the way we're going to create the client is a little bit different. Now we don't actually need all of this stuff because it's always going to be a remote client. Now it would be kind of cool to set up like a local replica for all of the tenants. But it doesn't make a ton of sense, mainly because the tenants are kind of like, our primary is always being read, but the tenants are kind of being read on demand. And so it makes the most sense just to connect to them remotely when we need to. So we can get rid of all of this, and we actually can get rid of this as well. And so what we're going to do is just, instead of, we're going to have a function. We're going to have a function that's going to be export function. It's going to be called get tenant DB. And this is going to take a DB name and a auth token. These are both going to be strings. Here we go. And so what we're going to do now is our const db full URL is going to be a template literal here. And so if you'll notice from our environment that all of the Terso URLs have this like same pattern, right? So we can go back to here. And so it's the name of the database, DB name. And then this is your Terso username or organization name. Looks like I made a little error there. So we can set this up, and then we're going to create a client with that. So now we have our client for our tenant database. And so now we're actually just going to make a drizzle from the schema, and this schema is our tenant schema, right? This is separated, like right now it's identical, but we're about to change it. So we have our primary schema, and then we have our tenant schema. And so we can get rid of this, and get rid of this. And so we're going to call this const tenant db equals drizzle. Now let's call this tenant client. And so what we're going to do is we're going to return our tenant DB and our tenant client. I'm going to call these, we're going to keep these the same because in our handlers, we're also going to have access to our normal DB. So we don't want to name that also DB and get confused, right? These are different things. So now, okay, great. We can connect to the DB, but how do we push, right? How do we push? And so now we're going to have a function called push to tenant DB. We're going to have a very similar signature here. So we can just copy that. And so what we're going to do in here is actually, we're going to use BUN to spawn a new process with DrizzleKit to run all of the migrations for us. And so the first time we do this, when we create a database, like you can see that when there are like some like manual things it asks us for. And the reason we don't need to worry about that is because the first time we create a database, when it has like no schema at all, it won't have anything to ask us. And then if we're doing migrations, then we can do that manually. And I'll show you how to do that. So we don't need to worry about it in our code because in our code, we're only ever creating the database and pushing to a completely fresh database. And then migrations you'll have to handle a little bit more manually, but I'll show you how to do that. So the main thing here we're going to do is we're going to const procedure equals, and we're going to bun.spawn. And here we're going to put in an array. We're going to bun x DrizzleKit push SQLite. Now, if we go to the Drizzle docs, you'll see that they have a way to use the CLI to do all of this, which would be really nice for us. Now, most people do it with a custom config file, which makes sense, but it'd be super helpful for us to do it with a CLI because we're running this like in application code, right? Not from the terminal. However, there's a little bit of an issue. So the first thing is that if you notice in my Drizzle config, there's this tables filter. Basically, Terso has some, and libsqueal, which is like the kind of SQLite fork that Terso uses, has some built-in tables, which are like shouldn't be accessible to the user. Like Drizzle knows about these, and so they filter them out. But there's one in particular, which is the WASM function table, which is actually kind of cool. You can create custom WASM functions to like run in your SQLite queries, which is awesome. but Drizzle doesn't know about it, and they're working on fixing it. But for now, we just add this table filters here. The problem is, and we can actually see this, if we go to BUN X, Drizzle kit help push SQLite, what you'll see is like Schema has like a Schema input. Tables filter should have an input here, but it doesn't. And so it doesn't work. I've already talked to the Drizzle team. They know about this. It's definitely going to be fixed in the next Drizzle kit release. But for now, we can't use the CLI options. But what we can do is write a temporary config file that we just delete after we use it. I guess a little bit slower, but really not a big deal. So let's set that up. So what we can do is take our existing Drizzle config file and let's create a new in our tenant DB. We're going to create a config text. It's going to equal this. And so what we want to do here is we want to get rid of this, This is fine. This is going to be tenant. That's pretty important, right? We want to take our tenant schema. Tenant. And for our database credentials, this is going to be an object with our perfect. That looks good. Actually, we're missing this part here. So now this should be everything we need. And what we're going to do is we're going to create just to make this a variable, we're going to have a const temp config path. And it's going to be in source db tenant slash config.ts. Let's call this drizzle.config.ts. And then what we're going to add in here is we're going to await bun.write. And we're going to write in the temp config path config text. This is going to be an async function. Perfect. Now, we're going to add this here as a -- config. Perfect. So what this is going to do is it's going to spawn a new process that is going to push our schema, our tenant schema, to whatever name and auth token we pass to it. So BUN spawn does this asynchronously, so we want to make sure that our application is able to kind of account for that. So we're going to return a new promise that has solve reject. And in here, we're going to pass in our second options, we're going to have a on exit. And basically, if the exit code is 0, we're going to resolve. Let's just void 0 here. Otherwise, we're going to reject. And let's just, for good measure, if here, let's console.error. There, just kind of let us know. Now, the final thing we have to do is make sure we clean up our temporary file here. So BUN recommends using unlink sync from Node.fs. And we're just going to unlink that. Perfect. Now, the final thing we need to do is I was talking about migrations. So this will just run, and it doesn't take input. It doesn't really output anywhere. But let's say we might want to kind of manually do the inputs. So we're going to have a new prop, or new argument. We're going to call this input. And it is going to be a optional and it's going to be an optional Boolean. Now, if input is true, what we're going to want to do is set standard out, and it's going to be based on input. So we're going to set it to inherent or undefined. So if it's inherent, what that means is it's going to inherit the running process, right? So this is going to be false in our app code, right? And so this isn't going to have any effect. We're going to do the same thing for standard in. But I'm going to set up a migration script in a second, as you'll see, where when input is on, it's going to basically feed the terminal input and output that we see like through to this running process, which is going to be pretty useful. finally, we're going to have a new thing called migrate.ts. And this is going to need two things. It's going to import our main app database. It's also going to import this push to tenant DB. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get const organizations equals db.query.organizations.find many, right? And then we're going to organizations.for each, we have to await C's for each, and this is going to be an async function. It's going to take the org. What we're going to do is await. And also we want to make sure we have input to true in here. And this is going to be database name and database auth token. We're going to finally console.log pushed to tenant DB. Perfect. And so now let's set up a little script. So we're going to call this db push tenants. It is going to BUN run /source /db /tenants tenant, I think, /migrate.ts. So this is pretty good, but what are the actual schema we're pushing? Like, what does each organization need in its own database? And so what the organization databases are going to hold is it's going to have a table of all the tickets and a table of all the chats. And a chat is going to have a reference to a ticket. So a ticket's going to have many chats. A chat has one ticket. And that's actually all the data we need to store for an organization. And it's actually good to keep this kind of small, like only the stuff that's absolutely critical to that organization we can keep there. And again, that way, when the organization wants all of their data, we can just easily SQLite dump all their tickets, all their chats, all to a single file we can send to them. So let's set that up now. So I'm going to, let's just get rid of this. And let's get rid of this. And here we can just get rid of these for now. So let's create two new files. We're going to have tickets.ts and chats.ts. So a ticket, let's import here. So const tickets equals SQLite table tickets. And what does a ticket need? So first it needs an ID, which is going to be a thank you. So you'll see that Copilot is recommending an organization ID here, which would make sense if we were in one database. But remember, we actually don't need a reference to what organization this ticket is in because it's in its own database. So we always know what organization a ticket belongs to because we know the database we're reading it from, right? What is kind of cool though is we're going to give this a assigned employee ID. We're actually not going to take advantage of this in this tutorial. Definitely something maybe to add later. But it's something cool just because you can think about this is referencing the users table in another database, right? So we have all of our users in our primary database, right? Because that's auth, right? Like we want to have like full control of that. But these tickets have the employee ticket ID, which references another database. Pretty cool. Now let's give this a subject and a description and a status. And we're actually going to use the result enum. This is going to be open or closed. Perfect. Now we're going to have a created at. This is going to be a integer created at mode, and this is going to be timestamp. Not null. We're going to have a updated at. This is going to be null because it's not updated at the start. And finally, we're going to have a closed at. So this looks pretty good for our table. So we are going to define one index. So we're going to define a status index, and that's going to be a index on status index on table.status on table.status. Perfect. Looks good. And then we're going to define our chats. So just copy this. Chats. And before I forget, let's go back to tickets. Let's export the type export type ticket equals tickets dot and first select. And we just need type of here. Great. So now for our chats table, we can get rid of some of this. So we can keep these. We're just going to have one timestamp, and that's when the message was sent. And then here we're going to have a sender. And this is either going to be the employee or the customer. And the reason for this is because we're not authenticating customers. We just want them to be able to visit the site and type messages. So there's going to be some kind of, it's pretty loose, right? Like just either an employee sent it or a customer sent it. Then we're going to have a message field. And then finally, we're going to have a ticket ID. And this is going to be a integer, not null. And this is, now we can set up the relation. So let's export chat const chats relations. This can be equal a relations chat many. And let's see, there we go. I don't know why I commented that out. Table.status. Oh, indexes, of course. So let's define an index on the ticket ID, of course, because we're going to be looking up the chats based on the ticket ID just all the time. And then let's also do this by timestamp so we can look up messages like before or after a certain date. So let's timestamp index. Perfect. Then we can import our tickets. Is this not exported? My bad. My bad. We're going to export that. And we can also export that. And we can import tickets here. Perfect. And then we can go back to tickets and let's define the one-to-many relationship. Wait, I think I actually got this wrong. Yeah, this should be the one-to-one. Or the one-to-many. This should be one. So ticket. Be one tickets, and then we're going to the field is going to be the chats.ticket ID. And it's going to reference tickets.id. Perfect. Now we can go back to tickets and export const tickets relations, relation tickets, and this is going to be the many. We can go here and we can chats, any chats. Boom, boom. What am I missing? One more? One more. Then we just need to import these, import, and import. And then we're going to export. So let's do chats, relations from such chats. And now if we go here, now again, we're still importing this schema here. And so the DB we return as client DB, we can tenant DB, tenant DB dot. Why is it doing this? Tenant DB dot, and we can query dot tickets dot find many, and then we can with boom chats true. And if we look at the result, we get, oh, come on. There we go. Pretty cool. Awesome. So let's push all those changes. Set up tenant databases. Commit. Looks good. I see a red. What's the red? Let's try restarting the TypeScript server. Okay. Here, this needs to be slash dot slash db slash primary. Okay. Here, this needs to go, I think, one level up. Let's see. Config slash right here. Okay. Organization. Let's see, where are we? I don't know how this got there. Import user from. Let's make sure these are all. Oh, we're good. There we go. Fixed itself. Nice. Let's get rid of this. Oops. Commit. Perfect. So I know that was a lot of work with nothing really to see kind of as the fruits of our labor, but it's all going to come together really quick. So let's see. So it's definitely been a minute since we touched the front end. So let's go back to that. If we go back to our new user page that we were working on so long ago, we can add a form. I'm just going to leave all this stuff unstyled for now. We'll worry about the styling later. We're going to add a input. Let's call this name organization. It's going to be type organization name. Cool. Let's have a submit button. Create organization. Now let's give this a type equals submit. Okay. So now let's, is our server running? Gonna run our server. And, oh, let's see. Here, forgot to update our import. This needs to be primary slash DB, or DB slash primary. Boom. Looks good. So we can go to our, now we can go back to our app. And here we have our form. Let's actually just make this a little prettier for now. Let's class, let's be semantic. Let's make this a main class equals flex call, width full. How's that look? Items center, justify center. Okay, and let's give this class text 3XL font bold. Okay, it's pretty ugly. Let's give this like a gap 5. Okay, and then let's do something similar for here. We'll just copy these. We don't need the width to be full. I do not know why these are like offset. That's really horrible. Whatever. We'll worry about the styles later. Okay, so let's just start with creating a new organization. So we need something on the back end for us to send this to. So let's create that endpoint. And also this is kind of annoying, so I'm just going to stop that for now. And we can actually, if you want to turn off the logging for that, you can. It's going to be in context. And that's just this log right here and this log right here. The reason I have them turned on is because I think I was just curious about how long the database syncs were taking. Some of them take a little bit longer than others. It actually depends on like how much data is out of sync. And also like the first one is going to be a little bit longer because that's to set up the connection. But you should just be able to run this in the background, no problem. Just make sure not to await this, right? Because you don't want to block your entire server every 2 seconds, right? So just make sure to just avoid this promise. So let's go to the back end and we're going to create a new controller called organizations or organizations.tsx. And we're going to, let's export const organizations controller. A new Alicia. I'm going to use the context. And that's fine for now. We got to import this. Then let's go here and let's not use organizations controller. And then we're just going to import that. Looks good. Organizations. let's not make this boil. Let's make this organization. You can go here. Did I spell it wrong? Is that why? Okay, there we go. So now let's create a new post endpoint. This is going to have the prefix. Perfect. Now let's create a new post for slash. And actually, we don't really know what we need for now. So let's just leave the handler blank. And then what we can do is we're going to have the body. And that's going to be this is the validation, by the way. So we have our handler, we have the route, the handler, and then here we can add like validation or hooks. So you can add like before handle, after handle. And then we can also add the schema parameters. And so these are going to be type box schemas with the T variable from Alicia. And like I said, the schemas that are generated for you by type box, where is it? The like drizzle type box, you can use these just right in your Alicia validators here. So body is going to be a t.object, and we're going to add organization name. So let's make this name. And then we're going to want to update this on the front end. So let's go back to new user. Let's add name here. Perfect. And so what this is doing is when the request comes in, it's going to make sure that the body is in the shape of this. And what that means is if we go into our context and we get out our body, we know for sure the type of this thing because it's inferred from our schema, which is being validated. Super, super helpful. So now let's set up the logic for this controller. The first thing we're also going to want to grab from our context is our session, right? We want to make sure our user is signed in. So if there is not a session, we're going to redirect them. This is going to take the set and the headers. So we're going to redirect them to /login. Looks good. And so then we're going to return for TypeScript. Return, perfect. So we could create the organization right now, but I think the part that's like most likely to fail is the database creation. So let's make sure that database creation works before we actually create the organization row in our database. So to create the ID for our database, we're going to add CUID. So to do that, we're going to BUN add CUID2. Then let's go to our lib and we're going to just bump this down. We're going to import init from at parallel drive CUID2. We're going to const create ID equals init length. We're going to do 7. Okay. Then we're going to export function create database ID, and we're going to return create ID. Perfect. So now we can go here and let's const DB name, I think, DB name. And that's going to be, we're going to do org dash create database ID. Perfect. So we're going to have org and then a hyphen and then the length 7 CUID. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get we're going to go into our context and we're going to import from BETH Stack. We're going to import the Terso client from BETH Stack /Terso. And this is just a little wrapper I made around the Terso API. So you provide it an API token and it basically does all the fetch calls for you and types it. So we're going to create const Terso, this new Terso client, and it's going to ask for our Terso API key. So let's go into our config and let's add that. So we're going to add a Terso API key. Let's go to string min1, and then we're going to go to our env. We're going to add Terso API key equals here, and then we can just throw this in the example as well. Let's also add the host name over here, host URL. Okay. So let's go the Terso CLI, and I think it's Terso auth. Was it Terso auth? API tokens create. API tokens mint. Not mint. What is it? Oh, I think it needs a name. Terso mint. Let's call this YouTube or subscribe. Let's call it subscribe. Subscribe. There we go. And we can get that token and put it here. Perfect. So now if we go back here, why is this mad? Because we didn't give it our .n.terso API key. Perfect. And now we can just throw this on our context. And now when we go back to our organization here, we can just pull out that Terso client, Terso, and there it is. Nice. So now let's const result equals await. We're going to Terso await terso.database databases.create. What does this want? It wants a name. We're going to give a DB name and a group. So this is the one thing that might be different by the time you see this video. So with Terso, there's this idea of database groups. Now, if you're on the free plan, you actually don't need to worry about this at all. You just have one default group that can create up to 500 databases. So this might change. You might actually not be able to you might not need to put a group here at all. So don't worry about that. And I'll leave either like a pinned comment or something in the GitHub repo about the way to do that right now. But right now, I need to make a group. So we're going to Terso group. And the reason that the groups are kind of useful is because they allow you to keep databases separated, right? So replicating, you can now replicate groups. So this is important where if you have like some data that needs to be kept in one region and some data that needs to be kept only in another region, maybe for compliance reasons, you can put them in separate groups and replicate them to separate regions completely isolated, which is super useful. So Terso, we're going to create a Terso group create, and we're going to call this tenants. And any moment now. Perfect. So we can put this as tenants. And what this is going to do is it should return a logical database result for a database with this name in our tenants group. And again, if you're on the free plan, you shouldn't need to worry about this, but definitely check the GitHub repo, pin comment for what that API looks like at the time of watching. And then from this database, what we're going to get is the only thing we really care about is the name. So now that we have the name, the next thing we need is the token. So we're going to const JWT equals terso dot, I think it's logical databases. We want to weight this as well. Logical databases dot mint auth token. And what does this want? It wants a org slug DB name. So our org slug, you'll know this. Mine is just my name and the DB name. Perfect. So that should be our auth token. So now that we've created our database, we want to push our schema. So we're going to await push to tenant DB. And we're going to give it our here. And what does this want? It wants DB name, auth token. Come on, auth token, JWT. Perfect. So now we made the database, then we made the auth token for the database. And now we're creating a DrizzleKit process to connect to that database and push our schema. And again, this should almost always go off without errors because this database should be completely empty. So whatever the schema is, it should just always push. Now, once that's done, we're good to go ahead and const, so let's just result equals await. We're going to pull out our database from here. DB, we're going to DB dot insert into organizations organizations dot values. We're going to dot returning as well. Returning. And so the values it's asking for are the name, which we have, right? That's our body.name. Our database name is the name, and we don't need a user ID. We need the auth token, database auth token, JWT. Perfect. Oh, and it looks like, oops, I messed this up. Maybe don't use autocomplete. Okay, this should all be happy now. And we're actually going to return ID, and it's going to be organizations.id. So this result should be, yep. And so we actually should just get one back, so we can destructure that. And if not result, we're not going to throw a new error. We're going to set dot status equals internal server error, and then we're going to return like something went wrong. Okay. Now, the reason we need to get this ID back is because we need to update. Remember, our user, we go here, our user table has an organization ID. And so when we create an ID, we need to assign the user that created that ID, that organization we just created. So now what we're going to do, we are going to await db.update user dot set. We're going to set, there we go. That should be good. Got to import this. And it looks like we made a little bit of an error when we made our user table. This should be an integer because the type of the organization table ID is an integer, right? So now that we have that fixed, now we can BUN DB push. Let's see what it's doing. Should be good. Oh, and it's getting mad. Looks like our database got a little messed up, but again, we're prototyping here, so it's all good. So we can just shell into BETH, and let's look at the tables. So we're just going to drop table. Let's drop the whole thing, right? We have basically nothing in here. Not a big deal. We can get rid of this user key, user. Okay, perfect. And so now we DB push. Looks good. Okay. So now, again, if you like have actual data, make sure you're not just deleting data, but just for creating a little simple project, schema changes are hard to get right in the first time. So it's okay to just kind of move fast there. So now when we create the organization, we're going to set that user that created it. And remember, we know the user because of the session, right? And so, yeah, we actually need to add a where. That's important. We don't want to set the entire, every single user. And so we're going to where, and then we're going to import equals from, equal from drizzle, user ID session.user.id. Perfect. So now, especially since we're using the local replica, we're going to add a new function to our lib called export function sync if local. And this is going to be a async function. We're going to import our client await client.sync. But we're going to wrap this. We're going to if config dot env dot node env, or actually not our node env. We care about our database connection type. If this is equal to local replica, then we're going to do this. Otherwise, we're just going to return. Right? And the reason this is important is because, like after this is like I would consider an important update, right? And because the writes again, they're going to the remote replica, so we want to immediately get that data on our local replica. So we're going to await sync if local. And now that after we kind of assign them an organization, we're going to redirect them to the dashboard, which doesn't exist yet, but we're going to make soon. And then the final thing here is we're going to add a min length in length of 1 and a max length of, I don't know, 30 to our organization name. And again, very convenient, just schema validation from Alicia. So now this is if we want to create a new organization, right? What if we want to join an organization? So we're going to actually we can probably like copy paste most of this. And this is going to be /join, right? And so we don't need to create a database, right? Because it's already created. And we don't need to create an organization because it's already created. What we need to do is get the organization that the user is joining. So the code we're going to use to have like existing users give to new users is we're just going to use the database ID. So here we're going to have the organization name, and we're going to have the database, or like the organization. Or this should just be the organization code, right? And it should have a length in length of, it's the org plus the hyphen plus the 7th length CUID. So it should be, that's 11. So we're going to say min length is 11. Max length is also 11. Perfect. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get the let's get the organization code here. That's actually really ugly. We're going to destructure that. Not there. So now we're going to const result equals await, and we can use db.query.organizations.find first. And this is going to be where we're going to pass in our organizations table, and we're going to get the equal and .database name. Perfect. So basically what we're doing is we're getting the first organization where the code that they pass is the database name. And we actually don't need to destructure this. This is just the organization because we're using find first, so it knows it's only one. And then if not organization, we're going to say not found. And we're going to return organization not found. Capitalized. Nice. Okay. So now we can set the just organization.id. Perfect. And looks good. Cool, right? So now we have 2 endpoints, right? /organization /organization and /organization /join. And so now we can go back to our front end and let's make a second form. And this one is going to be, let's say, what did we call this? Your organization code. It's going to be join. And so, is our server running? Let's run our server. That's not our server. We can BUN dev. Let's see. Okay. And we can go back here. Sign in with Google. Not found because basically this was wrong. /API/auth. Let's log in Google. And there, if we go back, log in with Google. So I just spent a couple minutes debugging. Basically what happened was when I introduced this sync if local function, there's a couple more places we need to add it besides the place we did. So where we have it right now, is after we create an organization or assign a user to an organization. But there's definitely some places in the authentication flow where we'll want to make sure our database is in sync. And basically one of those places is in our OAuth flow. So after we get a new user from Google, assuming everything goes well, we like make their session. Before we send back that session cookie, we're going to want to await sync if local. And that's just so when you're logging in for the first time, it does not immediately redirect you to a page where the database is slightly out of sync. So now if we go back, we sign in, sign out, should be all good. Perfect. So where were we? New user. Accidentally not here, boom. New user, right? So sign out, sign in, get redirected to new user. And we're at this form, which I know kind of ugly. Again, styling come in later. So here, let's go back to that new user page. And let's pull up our endpoints as well. So we have our /endpoint and our /join. And so what we're going to want to do is let's start using that HTMX, right? So let's have our classes first. So here, this is one's going to be HX posts, and it's going to be /API. Should get some type safety, right? Pretty cool. /API/organizations. And this is going to, because like this name, right? It's automatically going to be put in the form data. So that's should match here. And then for this one, we're going to look at that. So now let's again, what's wrong? Cannot find form. That's not good. And then just to kind of work this out, let's create a new file called dashboard, board.tsx. And we're going to, remember, because we were redirecting there after we assign or create a user, right? So if we create an organization or we assign an organization, we're redirecting them to dashboard. So dashboard is going to be a new route, new Alicia, and that's going to be board const. Let's import this. Then we're going to .git /dashboard. And we're also going to want to use our context, right? And so now we're going to need our DB, we're going to need our session. And let's just set that up. Okay. And so here we're going to make sure that someone here is belong to an organization. So we're going to const organization equals db.query.organization.find. This could be organizations.find first. And that looks pretty good. And session, right? If there's not a session, then we're going to redirect, and we're going to need our set and our headers. Set headers to redirect. It's going to take /login. Look at that. It knows what to do. Return. So that should be good. And the reason that our user object does not have this organization ID is because if we go to our table here, right, we have this organization ID, but it is not in our Lucia types, right? So we need to, let me pull that up again, not here, here. So we need to go to our Lucia types and add organization ID. And then also we need to go into here where we get our user attributes in auth, right? So our data, now we can organization ID equals data.organization.id, and this should go away. So first we check if there's not a session at all, and then we want to redirect them to /login. But if there is a session and there's not a session.organization ID, then they're a new user, right? So we're going to redirect them to new user, and this should go away. What's wrong? I think this is because const org ID equals There we go. I don't know why TypeScript does that. That's a little weird, but that works. So now we have our organization, and we need to await this actually. And if there's not an organization, yeah, this shouldn't be possible, right? Or it could be possible. Like let's say this because remember we don't have foreign key constraints, right? So this organization ID could be not an actual organization, right? So what we're going to do is like that this could return nothing. So we need to direct them to new user if so. Now, what do we want to return here? Return. So let's return some HTML, right? So we're going to have base HTML. And just for now, let's have a h1 with our relation.name here. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Let's import this. Oh, it's already imported. Perfect. Okay. So now we go back here, and hopefully what's going to happen is when we're at the new user page, right? So when we submit this form, it's going to send a post request to our endpoint, which on the back end, which is here. It's going to send this post request, right? We're going to get a session. We're going to get the body. We're going to create a new organization. And then, this is join up here. We're going to make a DB name. We're going to create a new database, create a new token for that database, drizzlecit push to that database. Then we're going to get that organization, set the, or create a new organization with these new values and set our user to that organization and then redirect us to dashboard, right? So, all right, let's see. What are we going to call our organization? We're going to call it, what do we call it? Like the BETH squat. BETH squat. Okay, what went wrong? Oh, let's see. Let's break this down. Oh, it did go through. It went through. We got redirected. Okay, there's a lot going on here. In our base HTML, I think we have HX Boost turned on, right? So what HX Boost does is it takes all the links on the page, and instead of like fully redirecting you to that page, HTMX is fetching the content in the background and swapping it in. And so basically when we get redirected because of our like HX location redirect thing, it's fetching that page. And what happened was I never added dashboard to here. So we need to .use dashboard. Dashboard. Did we never export it? We did. Import. Here we go. So now if we go here, that's not good because I forgot to add the HTML function. But that was actually interesting, right? So the success went off successfully, hopefully, right? So we'll see in a second. Okay, so we know the organization has been created. So let's db shell terso db shell BETH, right? And we're going to select star from organizations. And so, okay, it looks like the data, it actually got created twice. I think I submitted the form twice because it failed the first time. So if we terso db list, that's not right, terso db list, okay, we'll see those got created. So I'm actually just going to terso db destroy the second one because yeah, we don't need it. Yes, and then I'm also going to, let's go back into our shell, go back here, and we're going to delete from organizations where ID equals 2. Okay, then we can just make sure. Okay, so cool. So we know it went off successfully. We can see again, if we terso db list, that database got created. And now here's the real test, right? Let's copy this. Let's terso db shell in here. And what we're hoping for is when we view the tables, they should be there. And they are, right? So That's awesome. So our migration script here, right? Not here, here. When we spawned a DrizzleKit process and it went off and it made these changes to the database, which is super, super cool. Awesome. So this is a really good spot. Let's commit here. We're going to say added create organization. Let's commit. So before we move on, this form is really ugly, and let's make it kind of nice. So we're going to take advantage of a couple really cool HTMX things. So the first is we know that these APIs, right, they're redirecting us if they're successful. So what we can do is swap the, if we get an actual response, it's not a redirect, we know that it's probably an error. So we can set up a little, we can set up like a div, right? It's going to be class, it's going to be text, red 400, maybe text large, or just like normal size text. And it's just going to be chilling here. And what we can do is in our form, right? I'm going to hx swap equals, and this needs an ID so we can target it. Hx equals create error message, right? Or we can just call this error message. So we're just going to call this error message. And then we're going to hx swap equals next hashtag error message. And we're going to, or this is hx target, my bad. Hx target and hx swap equals inner HTML. Perfect. So now if this request, right, let's open that up. Let's here. So if this request fails, like here, we're going to get this internal server error and it's going to be swapped in. You would think, but HTMX is actually kind of smart, right? Like by default, it doesn't swap in non-200 responses or like non-okay responses. And so what we need to do is use a HTMX extension. So let's pull that up. So we're going to go to the HTMX documentation. And if we go to the extensions, we're going to use the response targets. So what this allows us to do is set like an HX target like 404 or HX target 4XX. And so to do that, we're just going to add this script tag to our base HTML. Oh, I already have it added. Awesome. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to in here, in this div, we're going to hx extension equals response targets. And then here we're going to hx target like 4xx and and 5xx. And I was looking at, there's a PR for HTMX where they're looking at adding, not even as an extension, like just to the built-in vanilla library, a like hx target error or hx swap error. Because this extension is cool, but it's a little bit too granular, right? Like most people don't care about the specific SaaS codes. Like it's really powerful that you can, but most people probably don't. And so separating it into just like a binary like success or error is super helpful. And then also response targets extension doesn't allow you to change the swap behavior. So they're looking to add that. So, just kind of keep a lookout for that. Maybe coming to HTMX very soon. The next thing we're going to add is loading states, right? Loading states can be kind of difficult, but HTMX makes it super easy. So by default, they have and if we go to the website here, they have classes. Okay, so there's this class called HTMX indicator, which you can use to like provide add special styles to a certain element during an HTMX request. But there's actually another extension we're going to use, and it's going to be called loading states. So let's get this script tag, and we're going to throw it on our base HTML. And we're going to throw this thing on our whole document. Loading states. Look at that. What this does is it gives us a couple attributes to add to elements that we want to only be shown when an HTMX request is loading. So let's see what that looks like. So we can, let's just make a new form, for example. And we're just going to have this like slash test. So let's just go to our organization, add a dot post slash test. And this is just going to async. There we go. Okay. So this is just going to take 1 second. So we're going to slash test and then have wait. And so then we're going to add the data loading states attribute to the parent element here. This is just going to kind of mean that we don't have to like give a bunch of unique names everywhere. What we're going to do is we're going to add a div and we're going to give this a class of, and this is where we're going to use the Uno CSS icon. So we're going to add we're going to use from the Lucide package, Lucide spinner, animate spin. There we go. And so then if we go back to here, why do we not see it? Let's see. Let's go to, am I typing it in right? Spinner. That's why. Loading. Here. So let's get this loader 2. And then we can. So now if we go back here, there, so we can see it's loading. And so that's just like one class, and we have all these icons, and they have a million icon packs. Super, super cool. And this is actually, you can control the size with text. So we can text XL, and it will be larger, hopefully 3XL maybe. There we go. So cool. We have a spinner, right? But right now it's showing. So let's add the data loading attribute to this. And then there's one final thing we need to do, which is add a custom styles class to this data loading attribute. So we're going to style, and we're going to add here, and we're going to add data loading. There we go. Perfect. So now if we go to the browser, we won't see it, but it appears, and then it gets removed because this is like swapping in itself with the response, but pretty cool. We have full loading states. Now the other thing we can add is, and let's actually just hx swap equals none, right? None. So now if we go here, okay, pretty cool. So now what we can do is, let's just add some classes to this button so we can px4, py2, border, black, bg gray, 400, hover, bg gray, 600. Why isn't the Uno CSS extension working? All right, so there we go. Just had to restart VS Code, but now we can see the colors. And so let's also add a disabled BG red. There we go. Oh, I forgot to spell red right. There we go. Okay. Nice. So not very useful right now because nothing's disabling it, right? Well, ready for this? Data loading disable. Oh, because I never, look at that. Okay, so now we go back. Look at that, super cool. Okay, very minimal code, tons of behavior, awesome. All right, so now let's really pretty up this form, right? Let's get those styles in order. So the first thing we're gonna do is kind of our overall layout. So before we were using HScreen on our body element, but I'm actually gonna remove that just for some additional flexibility. And we're also gonna remove this kind of banner here. And so now we're going to put HScreen in here because we want this to be like that. And let's make this BG gray, I don't know, 200. See how that looks. Okay, looking pretty good, honestly. I like that. Now let's clean up this kind of text at the top. So let's change this to like, thanks for signing up. User, please create or join an organization to get started. We can get rid of this. Let's add some extra things here. So let's make this, let's just do semi-bold and let's text center. See how that looks. That looks fine. We need to do this. Okay. So now let's make these forms look good. I'm going to be completely honest. Design is not my specialty. When V0 comes out, I'm going to be abusing that to hell and back. So I did spend a lot of time kind of preparing some styles for this tutorial, but I'm not going to spend the time kind of showing me writing out each class. So I'm just going to copy paste the ones I have, and I'll talk through them, but yeah, this is not a design tutorial. Hopefully that's okay with you. So first on our form, we're going to actually remove flex because we don't need it, because what we're going to do is add a block to our input in a sec. Class equals block. And here already, that looks pretty good. The input and the button needs some styling. And then we're also, we're going to add a label for organization name. Let's see how that looks. Now on our input, so I've gone ahead and added some styles. You could look at these in the GitHub repo and the description if you're curious. But it looks a little bit better. You know, got some color now, got some hover effects. Another thing that's actually really, really cool is, you know, if you were doing a form in JavaScript, you would be doing, there's a lot of like in JavaScript validation. But because we're using the platform, we can just use the platform. And HTMX kind of works with the HTML validation API where it will automatically make sure that all of your inputs are validated before it submits a form. So what we can do is on our input, we can put required equals true. And we can also set like a regex pattern. And so what we can do is add a regex, right? Just to got to make sure it's like A through Z, either uppercase or lowercase or 1 through 9. And then if we go here and we try to like weird name, it's going to tell us, right? Like you can't do that. So super, super useful. And we could even like go in here and what do we have? Like a min length 1, max length 30. So we can go in here and we can min length equals 1, max length equals 30. And so then if we try to submit this, again, it's not going to let us. I don't know why it's not showing that, but you can see it under there. So just really cool example of, you know, validation, loading states. And you can see also we added this, the spinner here, this data loading spinner. So if we were to actually, or I'll show that in a second when so I'm going to convert the second one and show you guys what that looks like. All right, so I've prettied up this other form here, and looks like I forgot one thing. Let's, what do I have? A space X3 or space Y3, space Y3. So to show you guys what the error handling looks like, right? So on either a 400 or a 500, we target the error message join, which is all the way down here, right? That's the red text. And so if we like just early return an error, and then we go to our form and we do this, we could see we get that error back on the front end, and that's super cool. Right. And so now that we have this set up, let's actually test what it looks like to join instead of creating, right? And so we know our joining is with the database code. So it's actually like terso db list. So we can get this code. And if we run our server again, I'm going to go to a second account here. Okay, and we can join with the code. Oh, and we forgot to just switch this back. Let's try this again. And hopefully we should join the organization and then be redirected to the dashboard. So let's try that out. This is the wrong one. Here we go. And there we go. So now what we want to do is, the thing is, if I still go to this page, even though I have an organization, it looks like I don't. So what we're going to do is we're going to add at the top here, we're going to get our DB, and we're going to const organization. So wait, db.query organization. That's not right. Organizations. Now find first, and we're going to where, and it's going to take organizations and equal. here. So now we're going to check if the organization.id equals the session.user.organization ID. Okay, there we go. So yeah, there's this very weird stuff. I don't know why extracting this out to a variable makes TypeScript happy, but it does. So anyways, first we check if there's an organization ID, and then if so, we need to check if that's an actually valid organization. And then we're going to if organization. We're not going to do that. We're going to redirect to slash dashboard. Cool. And let's copy that here. Well, so now if we go here, we should get redirected to slash dashboard. All right, found a bit of a mistake there. So this should be if organization, not if not organization. And now if we reload, we also have to return right here. That's why. If we go here and we get redirected to our dashboard. Awesome. Cool. So that's our new user page complete. And now we're ready to get started on our dashboard. So let's first push. We're going to say new user page complete and commit. So now that we're kind of sending all of our paths lead to dashboard, let's make that dashboard. The one thing we're going to do before that though is if we are signed in, we're going to add one more option besides sign out. We're going to add visit dashboard. Not that, dashboard. There we go. This is just going to take us to slash dashboard. And let's make this like green. I don't know. And then let's fix the hover styles. Green and green. Okay. So now we can sign out, sign in, and we get directed to the dashboard. But if we go to here, look at that. Perfect. Okay. So now let's work on that dashboard page. So, yeah, I kind of mentioned styles are not my thing. I'm going to copy paste in here just a kind of layout to get us started. And I'm going to talk through what that is. But yeah, just expect a big blob of HTML to appear. All right, so this didn't end up actually being that much. So here's what we just have is, again, our base HTML basically just leaves us an unscripted body. So what we're going to fill that with is a div that's going to take up the full height of the screen. It's going to take up the full width. It's going to have flex column. And the reason for that is we're going to have this kind of sidebar and this main section. And the main section is height full, so it fills up this whole thing. And the sidebar is also height full, and it's going to have a min width and a specified width here in large. And then it does like some like, I don't know, I'm not really focused on getting this super mobile friendly right now, right? So, and we just got some like a header and some content here. So now we're going to add some tabs to this sidebar. And so this dashboard item is just has an anchor tag and a div with some logo and a text, right? So, so our first dashboard item is just going to be home. It's going to have the Lucide icon from home and just going to take us back to slash dashboard. So if we go back, we could see there it is. And then our second icon or kind of like item here is going to be sign, and it's going to have the log out logo, log out. That's going to take us to slash log out. My bad. We actually have a API route for this, right? And so if we go back here, we should be able to sign out. Now, our next thing is, again, this is a customer service app, right? So we need to have a tickets page. So we can go back here. It's going to be tickets. And now that link doesn't exist right now, but we will create it in due time. Just to kind of help fill this space, we're going to add like a settings and a need help. And this just kind of helps make it look a bit more full, even though we're not going to implement those necessarily. And then finally, we're going to add a item here. It's going to be called, not admin, we're going to call it organization. It's quotes there. And let's do this slash organization. Okay. And then if we go back here, let's make sure we got that icon right. So let's go to Lucide. Let's find like people, person, company, like group. what's a logo for a company? Business briefcase? Not a briefcase. Here, I like this user circle icon, so we're going to go with that. And if we go back here, there we go. Great. So now we're going to have different links for all these pages, and we want the dashboard to kind of be like a consistent layout between them. So we're actually going to extract this dashboard into its own component, right? So let's create in our components folder, we're going to have a new file called dashboard.tsx. And let's just copy this, all of this. Went to export function dashboard. And then we need to move this here. Okay. Should be good. And then also this is going to take children. And the type of children is going to be we're going to get the props with children type from BETH Stack /JSX. And then we need to, in here, put the children. Okay, good. And now we should be able to replace all of this with the dashboard component. Let's just say hi. Go back here. Perfect. Looking good. So now when we create these other routes like this organization and the tickets, we can share this layout between them. So on this main dashboard page, we're going to just kind of have some analytics. This is nothing super deep, but just, something helpful to the user. So what we want to show is like the number of tickets open, the number of tickets closed, like how many tickets were open this week. And so we're going to need to get all of that information from the database first. Now, remember, all of the information about the tickets is in the tenant database. So the first thing we're going to need to do is tenant DB equals get tenant DB, and we're going to need to pass in our, what does it want? Name, there we go. So now we have our tenant DB. Oh, that's why I keep, let's make sure I don't screw up any other things. So we can DB. Here we go. So first, let's get the number of all the tickets that are open. So we're going to const result equals tenant DB dot select dot from. We're going to import our tickets table, and then dot where. And then in our where clause, we want to check that they are tickets dot status is open. Okay. Looks good. Now, we need to import this. Is it imported? Is that going to make TypeScript happy? There we go. Okay, and then, right, so this is giving us all of the tickets if we await it. But we don't want just all the tickets, right? We want the count. So what we could do is we could select count equals, and then we're going to use the SQL helper, and we're going to count star. Perfect. And this is going to be a number. Jesus, I can't type. Number. All right. There we go. So now if we get here, so this is going to be our unclosed or open count result. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to const what other information could be useful. How about we do the tickets that were closed in the last 7 days? So closed in past week result. And so let's, Copilot's doing this. We're actually, because remember, we're using timestamps. So Drizzle converts all of the dates for us. So what we're going to do is use and. So we're going to use and from Drizzle. And so what we need to do is first make sure it's closed. And then we're going to have greater than and less than. And that should be good. And so Drizzle makes this pretty easy, right? We can just work right in JavaScript with date objects. And so then we can get our closed and past week result. Now, something interesting is that these are like separate database queries, right? Like this is going to happen and it's going to fully wait for this to finish and then it's going to do this one, right? Like what if we could, like these don't depend on each other. So what if we could do them at the same time? And we can with batching. And so batching is a feature of libsqueal, which is what Terso uses. So we can const result equals tenant db.batch. And we're going to provide it an array of queries to make. So we're going to get this one, put it in here, put a comma, put this one in here. And we can just get rid of these. And if we look at our result, we need to await that. If we look at our results, once TypeScript loads, come on. There we go. So now we can destructure this into closed tickets in last week. And these are an array now. So we could further destructure these into here. Okay. So we can say const open ticket count. Open tickets.count equals 0, right? If it doesn't exist. And this should be, what's wrong? There we go. And then we can do the same thing for in the last week. And then we can set something up. Like let's set up a div here. And we're going to give it some styles. Let's do, the classic flex call item center. Okay. Now we're going to make like a div, and it's going to, I don't know, Copilot, help me out. Sure, that works. Okay. Then let's have a H1. Let's see what Copilot comes up with. H1 class equals all right, this is something. Let's see how it looks. I don't know how that got messed up. Okay, what's it mad about? I think we're good. Okay, so let's go back. I think we have to restart our server. Okay, this looks pretty bad. But we got something. So I'm going to take a moment to clean up the styles and I'll be right back. All right, so here we go. Things look a little bit better. I didn't make too many changes. So I just added width full here. So this is height full, width full. So it just takes up all the rest of the space that the sidebar doesn't. And then in our dashboard, so I just have a main kind of here, which is filling up most of this space. And then we have these items that are spaced here. And we have a flex container with these like so the text at the top and then the organization name. And again, make sure to put safe on these attributes where we're putting user content, right? And then for these cards, I made a little card component, right? And this is just a div that has a border and some text and a link. And then that looks pretty good, right? And these just direct to the tickets page, which we haven't implemented yet. This one is just a dummy thing. We could implement that maybe in a future video. I don't know, a little bit out of the scope just for this video. And then these cards. So yeah, we have a card component and it's in a bit of a grid thing. I tried to set it up so it kind of works out well. That's not horrible. This could be improved, but that could be way worse. So looks semi decent. Something I want to do though is these like click me's are kind of ugly. So let's make a fancy link button, right? That we're going to put in the bottom right corner here. So the first thing we're going to do is go here and let's get some classes on here. So let's class equals absolute. Let's do bottom 3, right 3. There we go. Okay. Now let's add a little icon. Okay, let's add an icon. So let's put this in a span. Now let's add just like view, and then we're going to add a div with class. Let's have a I blue side arrow right. Sure. Okay. That looks good. Is there like another arrow? I was thinking more like up and to the right. Let's try this one. Arrow up, right. So copy that, go back here. And okay, let's get those in line. So let's flex row. Okay. Now let's items center, maybe. Okay, now let's gap 3, 4. Okay, that's too much. 2. Okay, that was too little. 3. Okay. So now let's add some. Let's add like BG gray 200. Hover BG gray. Let's make it 400. Why don't I see that? Anyways, this needs some. Oh, these need to be up here. Oh, no, those do not need to be up there. Let's add like, let's add some padding. We're going to PX through, okay, sure. I definitely need some more X, Okay, maybe a little less X. Okay, I like that. Let's get a bit more PY. Is this going off or can I just not tell? Did I misspell hover? Let's try making this 300 and then we're also going to text BG, let's say 400. And then here hover, text BG, or gray. It's going to be gray. Okay, it looks like Uno CSS got a little caught up. Sometimes it like crashes when you're doing the hot reloading a lot. So just, yeah, if the CSS is not working, that's why. So let's make this much darker. Let's do like 700 and turn it to 800. Okay, I like that. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. One other thing we can add that just will, kind of spice it a little bit is what if this arrow moved? Now, Tailwind has some cool animation stuff for this. And so here's what we do, right? So first of all, we put group on the anchor, And that way, when we hover, even if we don't hover over the arrow, we hover over the anchor, we can kind of hook into that grouped behavior. So we add transform, transition transform, we add a duration, and then on the group hover, we translate it a little bit up and a little bit to the right. And then if we go back, Look at that. Wow. Wow. This is pretty cool, guys. So, okay. I would call that done for our dashboard. Great. So now what we're going to work on is this organization page. And this is going to have a couple things. So first, it's going to have a way for us to get the invite code to send to other people who want to join our organization. It's going to have the link to the new ticket creation form we can send to our customers. And it's going to list all of the members of our organization. So let's get started with that. So we're going to go in here. We're going to make a new page called organizations.tsx. So we're going to export const organizations equals new Alicia. Let's import that. Or we can just use the context first. Use context. And let's see. Sure. I don't even know what this did. And then we could just do that. Okay. We need to import Alicia. Let's just have this return HTML. And then we are going to return our base HTML, right? Base HTML. Then we're going to return our dashboard because this is a dashboard view, dashboard. And we are inside, let's just return TBD, right? TBD. Or not TBD, whatever, TBD. So then we're going to add this to here. Let's just use organization. Okay. And we should be able to go back here and go to our organization page. This should be non-plural. That's why. We do this. Let me here, here. Enter here, here. Okay. And then we also have to change it in here. Right about that one. Okay, so now we can go here. So what's cool about this, you'll notice, is the browser is not refreshing, and that's because of the HX boost, right? But we could make this even smoother. And so what we're going to do is go to our base HTML, right? And we're going to tell HTMX to use view transitions everywhere. So that's going to look like this. We're just setting the global HTMX config and the global view transitions value to true. And just that one line change, if we go back to our app, oh, look at that. Buttery smooth. All right. Pretty cool. So now let's get started on this organization page. So first, what we're going to need to do is if there is not a session, we're going to redirect to login. I like it. Let's import redirect. Perfect. Now, obviously, we're going to need to get information about the organization. So let's get that organization. And then, so now that we have the organization, we can just extract, we're going to get the invite code. Invite code is going to be organization dot, let's see what we got. Database name, right? And we're going to get the const, let's see, creation, ticket creation URL. And so we haven't made this endpoint yet, but I'm going to say it's going to be, well, actually here we can get our config dot end dot host URL. Host. What is it? Do we not have config? We can extract it from here. Config.end.host URL. And now we can, let's see. No, we don't need this invite code, just /ticket/new, right? Okay. So now let's add to our dashboard. How do we want this to look? And then finally, we're going to get our employees. And that's just going to be our users where their organization ID is the same. And this is user because Lucia doesn't use plural. And that should be good. Nice. All right, so now I'm just going to kind of throw in a bit of a layout here for what this page is going to look like. All right, so again, I apologize if this is a bit jarring. I hope it's better than watching me mess around with styles for much longer. But I'm just going to go through just go through what I added. So very similar to the dashboard page, we're using this main with a flex 1. And then we have a div at the top here with a manage your organization with your organization name and a little shadow. And that looks like this. And the shadow looks really faint. Maybe like shadow large. Okay, I just don't think it's there. Okay. I'm just not going to worry about it. Maybe the shadow will appear at some point. And next we have the things we want people to be able to copy, right? So we have this employee invite code. And we have this create ticket link. And this is the same as, looks like TypeScript got a little mad. And we actually don't need to create that because we already created it here, ticket creation URL. So we could just put that in there. Perfect. And so now, or wait, we actually do need to, yeah, I forgot about this part. We need to put the organization ID in there because, yeah, you will see. So, now that we've done that, we can put in our ticket creation URL in here. And then finally, right, we have a header for employees. And then if there's employees and there is more than one employee, or if there aren't, then we have a little, you have no employees, you can have one sign up. And other than that, we can map it. And for each one, we just have a list item with a div with flex. And we have their profile picture, which we get from Google, right? And their name. And then we have their name and their email or no email. And so if we go to what that looks like, we could see, I don't know why the email isn't working. Maybe just like a Google thing. I don't know. You can try to figure it out on your own. So this looks not half bad. But let's add a little something special, right? So right now, selecting this, it's doable, but it's kind of annoying, right? Now, something we could add to really enhance the experience on this page is instead of making users kind of select these, is we can have like a click to copy button right here, right? And we're going to need to do some client-side scripting, right? Like there's nothing HTMX could do that's going to help us make this copied onto our clipboard. And so what we can use is Hyperscript. Now, you may have seen my tweet about this before this video went out. It's like the biggest tweet on my profile ever. And it's what we're about to go over. People are a bit mad. They do not like the Hyperscript, but I think this is actually a perfect use for it, right? This is something super, super minor. I think it comes out a little bit cleaner in Hyperscript that doesn't JavaScript. Hyperscript is just to kind of enhance your HTMX site, just kind of here and there where you need it. It's not meant to do everything. So let's see what it would look like to implement a copy button in Hyperscript. So the first thing we're going to do is define a global function. So we're going to do that in a script tag of type equals text/Hyperscript. Okay. And so then in here, we're going to put in some text. And so you define a new function with define, and we're going to define copy selector to clipboard. It's going to take in an input of selector, and then we're going to get the inner HTML of selector. I think you could probably put the in there as well, and then we are going to call navigator.clipboard not this write text with the result. Okay. And then we're going to end. So what this does is it sets up a global Hyperscript function we can use that allows us we can call it with a CSS selector, and it's going to copy the contents of that selector into the clipboard. Pretty cool. So now let's go and implement what that's going to look like. So we can go back to our organization page, and we're going to create a new button inside this div. So let's create a button. Let's just give it some styles. We're going to give it, like a PX3, PY2, a little BG, I don't know, gray, 700, hover, PG. There we go. Copy /button. Okay. I don't think we need the text white, but we can go with that. See what that looks like. Pretty horrible. I think we do actually need the text white. Okay, that's looking okay. Let's add copy to clipboard just to make it a bit bigger. And that looks, yeah, there we go. That looks okay. So now if we click this, it doesn't do anything, right? So let's add our hyperscript. Okay, so we're going to add our underscore attribute. I'll just say on click log hi. Log hi. Right. And so then if we go to the console, we should see, here we go. Pretty cool. So now let's try to call our thing here. So we're going to give this an ID of, let's say, org code, right? Org code. And so on click, we're going to call org. There we go. I don't think we actually need the quotes as well. And so then if we go back, okay, it's mad. Let's see. Navigate. Oh, because I misspelled it. Look at that. Navigator. Navigator. And then look at that. Okay. So now you don't really know that this happened, right? Like, how do we make this dynamic? Well, let's do that. So go back to this button. And so we're going to, let's add here. So then we're going to set my inner HTML to copied. Let's see that. Okay. Then we're going to then wait 1 second. We're going to set it back. So now, pretty cool, right? So now maybe let's change the styles a little bit. So let's then set my class list to, here, we're going to put this here, and then we're going to copy this line. And let's make this green. Let's make it like bright. Let's make it 500. Hover 700. So then, pretty cool, right? And so again, you're not doing insanely complex logic with HyperScript, right? Like this is very, very basic stuff, but it just makes it easy. It's kind of fun. It reads cool, right? Now, another cool thing we can do is if we spam this button, we get this like kind of flickering behavior. So what we could do is we can on click, and we're going to queue none. So you could do throttle here, or you could do queue none. And what queue none is going to do is basically while the event's going off, if the event gets triggered again, you can like queue first, queue last, queue all, and queue none just basically ignores it, right? And that's pretty cool. So now let's implement that for this other one. So let's copy this, put this here, and we're going to give this an ID of org URL. We can put this here. And if we go here, copied, and look at that. Pretty slick, right? All right. So that's this page done, looking pretty good. So now the juice, right? The tickets. Let's get to the tickets. All right, so to get started on making tickets, we're going to need a couple of things. So there's two front-end endpoints we're going to need. We're going to need the organization ID /ticket /new, right? And that's the form we're going to be able to send to a customer where they can fill out a new ticket. And then we're going to have /organization ID /ticket ID. And that's where people are going to be able to view those created tickets. On the back end, we're going to have a couple more stuff, but let's just focus on that front end portion for now. And then also we're going to have a tickets endpoint in the dashboard. So let's just scaffold those out. So we're going to make a new file. We're going to call this tickets.tsx. And then we're going to export const tickets equals new Alicia dot use. No, that's not right. Not use context and dot get /tickets And let's just have it return. Let's have it return. Let's get here. Sure. And HTML. Sure. What's it going to do? Base HTML. Test. Okay, sure. That works. Right. Gotta do that. There we go. Okay. What are we missing? One set of parentheses. Perfect. So now we can go to here and we can use tickets. Okay. Then we should be able to go back to our app and go to tickets. Let's see why that's not working. Because I did not save. That is why. All right. So now, oh, we forgot the dashboard. Let's add that dashboard in there. Of course. Let's add that. That's not right. Okay. Here, and then we can dashboard. Hi. Then we're also going to want to get that. Let's just copy all of this, right? Okay. There we go. And for redirect, let's make this async. There we go. Okay. Perfect. All right, so there's our tickets dashboard page. Now let's make a new folder, and this is going to be organization ID. Now something nice is we can name this whatever we want because the actual routing is done by the Alicia typed router, right? This is just kind of basically a convention for us. And so now we're going to create a new folder in here called ticket. And in our ticket folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this .id.tsx. Then we're going to have new.tsx. And we're also going to have we need a kind of collector file and a collector file for here. Star.ts. Let's just scaffold these out, right? So we're going to have export const ID. It's going to be equal new alicia.use context. Sure. And this is going to have .get, and this is going to be slash. Let's get this on a new line. That's not right. There we go. Okay. It's going to be slash org ID slash ticket ID. Okay. And then sure, we can do all of that. Let's import Alicia from Alicia. And let's just close this for now. Okay. And then we could just copy this in here. This is going to be new slash new. That should be good. Okay. And then here we can let's get that should be pretty simple. We're gonna const ticket equals new Alicia dot use, and we're gonna have ID .id and use new. Oh yeah, new is a taken keyword, so we have to do new route. Okay, and then we can in here. Okay, there we go. And in here, we can just copy this, basically get rid of these. And this is going to be called org ID. And we can use ticket. And right, we're just merging up the routers. And then in here, we can use org ID. I didn't export it. Const org ID. There we go. Okay, all of the routes are set up. So, let's start with new, right? So for this page, this is going to be a public page, right? We're going to send this to the customer and they're not going to be signed in. So we actually won't need the session on this page at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to get const organization equals db.query.organization.find first. There we go. Okay. And then what we want to do also in here is params is going to be a t.object here. Perfect. So let's import this. Import t from Alicia. And so what this is doing is typing our params. So we want the org ID. Actually, this should be a number actually. And that should fix this. There we go. Okay. So now if we don't have an organization, right, this is a public page. This is an API route. So we want to wrap this in base HTML, right? Base HTML. Right, so organization not found, maybe like, is the link correct? So we should be able to, right now, if we go here, we go to /ticket /new. So the reason why this is not working is because this actually should be numeric. And what this is doing is automatically basically coercing things to a. So a bit of an oopsie there. I forgot to export this, and this is importing not what we want. So we should import ticket here. And now if we go back here, this won't be found, but if we go to not that there, and then we all right, so I just spent a little bit too long debugging kind of a goofy issue. Basically, I forgot to await. So that's on me. But now if we go to here, yeah, look at that. Organization not found. Is the link correct? Perfect. So now if there is an organization, we want to kind of have a form that's going to submit to that organization's endpoint. So let's define what that endpoint is going to look like, right? So let's create a new controller, and this one's going to be called, let's see, ticket.tsx. We're going to export const ticket controller. This new Alicia. Use context. And let's make a, man, I hate why this doesn't go into a new line immediately. Let's .post. All right, so we're just going to create a new poster, or actually this could be slash because we're going to add a prefix /ticket. Look at that. Okay, perfect. We're going to define a little async function here, and let's define what we want here. So let's have a body. Let's import t from Alicia. T, perfect. So let's see what GitHub Copilot gave us. And remember, let's go back to our schema. It's been a little bit. Let's go back to our tenant schema and ticket. So we need a subject, a description, and we can update these. So this could be .default or .default open. And then this can be, why is this mad? And here we can add a .default function. New date. Perfect. And let's actually make sure in our chats we have timestamp. Yep, forgot that here too. So .default function new date. Perfect. And we actually don't need to make, these aren't like any database migrations, right? These are just kind of ORM level things. So in our tickets table, the only thing we actually need is the subject and the description, right? And also the organization ID, because that's like what database to submit it to. So the organization ID is going to be a number, and the title and description are going to be a string. And let's make sure, let's have like a, here, let's make this like 40. And this is going to be like 3. And then here, the description, let's make this like 10, and then 500 sounds good. Okay. Now we can get started on building this out. So what are we going to need? We're going to need the database, and that's about it for now, I think. So let's just const ticket equals wait db dot insert tickets. That's not the tickets we want. We want tickets from our schema. We're going to add in dot values. Let's see what it wants. Description. I'm making a grave error right now, but let's see if you guys can think of it while I do this. What am I doing that is not correct? The answer is this, right? This does not exist. What we need to do is we need to const organization, right? And then we need to const tenant db equals get tenant db, right? And this is going to be an object. And we're going to db name and auth token. This is prefixed with database, I believe. And then if not, we're not going to throw an error. We're going to, let's get our set, and we're going to set.status equals, let's just say forbidden, right? Then we're going to return. Okay. Cool. So now this should be good, and our tenant DB, and then we're going to replace this with that. And let's see what it's mad about here. This should be subject. Let's make this here. This should be subject. And there, everyone is happy. And if we dot returning, or do we need? Yes, we do. So let's returning. And then this should be the ticket. Pretty cool. Okay. So what we're going to do now is if not ticket, that looks good. And then we're going to return a redirect, right? And so where are we going to redirect to? Let's make sure we have our headers extracted. Headers. And so what we're going to redirect to is the chat page for that ticket. So that's going to be / Copilot's got that. Look at that. Perfect. And so that's this page right here, right? Cool. So here we created a ticket. Nice. And so now let's make the form on the front end, right? So we're going to have a, so if there's not an organization, we're going to turn this. Otherwise, else we're going to return HTML. We're going to base HTML. Let's have like a main class flex, flex call, items center. Okay. And so then we're going to make a form. And this form is going to have a, let's just like copy one of our other forms we've made. So let's use the login form because that one's pretty good. Not the login form, the new user form. There we go. So let's actually just copy this whole thing. Right, reuse the code. Now let's go to our new tickets. We're going to get rid of that. Looks good. Let's hide the console. So now we're going to say like submit a new ticket to, okay, perfect. And so now we can get rid of the second form, right? And we can just make this error message This can be error message. We're going to API / let's see. Did I not merge this in? That is why. Let's use ticket. Come on, there we go. So now we can go here, and if we look at that, okay, so we can post a ticket, perfect. And let's say subject. This is going to be for subject. Right, and then let's like confirm our validation here, right? So we have 340, right? So we can in like 340. And let's keep this this pattern here. And also I forgot, oh no, we have safe there, that's good. And so then in here we can do submit ticket. And then let's add a second input and a second label. And we can just put those here. This is going to be description. Now let's call this description. Okay, for description. And this is actually, this needs to be here, right? Okay, and then here 10 to 500, right? So we can do that as well. We can actually make this a text area, right? This is going to be kind of big. Let's set the rows by default to like 5. Sure. And the placeholder is going to be like, please describe your issue in detail. Okay. And enter subject for your ticket. Okay, and let's see what that looks like if we go here and then we copy here. That looks pretty good. Wow, man. Okay, so this form is looking real good. So now let's just, before we test it, right, we're going to get redirected to this page. So let's just kind of give us something here to know that we are on the right path, right? So let's get our base HTML. And let's do something like, let's confirm that these should both be numeric. This should be like that. And this should be like that. There we go. Import T. And then let's just P like JSON dot. Okay. What is it mad about? Oh, this should be a T dot object, right? There we go. Okay. So hopefully, there's a lot of errors. I'm just going to assume that TypeScript's being wonky. Okay, hopefully, when we submit this form, it is going to create the ticket and redirect us. Here, let's try it out. Okay, so I have a problem. I forgot to fix, or I don't know, the button doesn't work. Please help me. Let's see. Invalid body organization ID. I think this is because I copy pasted the form. So let's go back here. Let's look in the logs. Okay. Invalid property, organization ID, required property. Okay. So we're missing something from the form data. We have the organization ID here, but for it to be submitted in the form data, what we're going to have to do is just kind of add a little hidden input. So it's going to be type equals hidden, and there we go. So Copilot knows what we're trying to do. Basically, this isn't something that someone's going to fill out, right? But it's just there and kind of hidden so that when we submit the form, it gets posted along with the other form data, right? So now we try it again. I have a problem. The button doesn't work. Please fix and submit. Look at that. That's That's a pretty good DX. I like that loading center, right? Cool. Okay. So now let's work on this page, right? So first, let's just kind of commit our changes so far. So we're going to say added submit new ticket page. Looks good. So on the page for the ticket, we're actually going to have one page for both the employee and the user. And how that's going to work is basically if you're signed in and you go to this route, it's going to give you like the employee view. And when you send messages, they're going to be employee messages. And if you just view it as someone who's not signed in, you're going to be kind of sending the customer side of the messages. And then we're also just going to, make sure to check that if you are signed in, you're actually an employee of the organization for this ticket. So let's implement that. So first, let's get the const organization. Look at that. Perfect. And then that looks fine. Okay. And then we can, we need to compare the session, right? So const session org ID equals session.user.organization ID. So actually here, we're just going to have, we're just going to make this on here. Function chat page. This is just going to be a placeholder for now. Look at that. Perfect. Okay. So, and then if basically, this is important and we do need to get the ticket as well and make sure there's a ticket. And if there's not a ticket, here. And the other thing we need to do here is, right, this is the ticket is in the database. So we need to get the const tenant DB equals get tenant database, tenant DB. It's going to be, there we go. And then here goes here. Okay. Let's see. Is this DB name? Okay. Here's our ticket. If we don't have the ticket not found. Okay. So now, at this point, we know it's a valid ticket and we know it's a valid organization, right? So we're going to have, basically, we're going to return based on the session, right? So if session, or first let's compute like if session dot user dot business, not business or organization ID, if it's equal to the organization ID, or not equal, if it's not equal, here we can, okay. So if the session exists, so this is fine. I was going to redirect them. I don't like this, right? Because we're actually allowing technically anyone to have access. So we're just going to, in this case, we're going to redirect. And not to there. We're going to redirect to just /dashboard, right? So if you're like looking at someone else's ticket, we're just going to send you straight to the dashboard. Looks good. So now we're going to do this part based on the session. So if there's a session, we're just going to do like this or this. And basically let's put in, so if there's a session, what we're going to do is the dashboard, chat page, dashboard. And otherwise we're just going to do the chat page, right? Perfect. Great. And so now if we check it out, we should see the chat page placeholder, right? Perfect. All right, cool. So now that we have a placeholder for this chat page, I'm actually going to kind of put a pause on this and go back to our tickets page, right? Because now that we can make tickets, let's view the tickets. So let's go to our tickets page and we're going to get the tickets. So we're going to const tenant DB equals get tenant DB. Looks good. Now we're going to looks good. That's fine. All right, so What is it mad about? Where tickets dot. We actually don't need, yeah, we're just getting them all. We're just find many. Right. And again, we don't need to sort by org ID because we're searching an organization's database. Cool. So let's set up a main in here. And so what we want to have basically is kind of like a header and then a little box for each ticket, which is just going to display like the subject and a little blurb of the description and the status. So I'm going to kind of scaffold that out and show you what it looks like. All right, so here's what I laid out. Got a main with this flex one and some space, right? And so then we have a kind of header area here. This is manage your tickets. And then it just has the organization name in there. And then the shadow, which again, isn't working, or it's like super faint. I can't really tell. And then for each of our tickets, so if we have tickets at all, or the tickets is 0, then we're going to have, you have no open tickets. Let's actually just, we're not really filtering. You just have no tickets, period, right? Awesome. And then we're going to map over each ticket. So I set out a little like grid calls thing. And so I just JSON stringified it for now. But let's create a ticket card component. So let's ticket card, and where ticket equals ticket. Perfect. And then this ticket card is going to have a link to that ticket. So we're also going to need to pass the organization ID, because remember, this ticket actually doesn't know what organization it's in. So we're also going to need to pass org ID equals org ID. Is that in scope already? Okay, so now let's make this ticket card. So function ticket card. So it's going to take a ticket and a org ID as props. And the ticket is going to be of type ticket from our schema. And org ID is going to be a number. Org ID number. Okay, perfect. And so now we're going to return a, say, a div for now. Okay, looks all good. So now in this div, so let's create another div. Class is going to be flex. That looks fine. I don't think we need this, right? This needs an equals. Let's create this div, and in here we're going to have, that looks decent. So if we go here, okay, that doesn't look very good. So let's make this font bold. Okay, and then sure. And then for this status thing, I have some styles we can copy in. Let's just make the quotes right on there. And look at that. And so let's actually adjust those styles based on the status. So let's do here, open or close. So if it's open, we're going to set the status to yellow. Or let's just do the same for both right now, right? And then if it's closed, which is here, we're going to set these both to green. Okay. All right, so now let's give this outer div, let's give this a border, make this rounded medium, and let's give it a shadow large. Okay, that's pretty bad. So let's give it some padding. How about a little bit of padding? Looking pretty good. So let's add the description in there. So below this if, let's add a P, and we're going to have a class, say text gray. I'm going to say 500. And here we're going to put in safe. We're going to put in our ticket.description. So then that looks pretty good. Looking a lot better. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's just get rid of this. How does that look? Looks good. Cool. So this is looking pretty good. Now, what I want to do is in the corner, have these like kind of fancy little like button links, right? Like I have here. So what we're going to do is go to our dashboard page and let's extract this into its own component. Where is it? Here, this, right? So let's make a, let's put this in the components. We'll just have a index.tsx and we're going to export function. I'm going to call this fancy link. And this is going to have a text and an href. And I think that's it. So let's copy this and throw it in here. Href equals href. This will be the text. Let's make sure this is safe. Then here we can replace this, right, with a fancy link component, fancy link. If we import it, we go back, okay, and we go here, reload, and still looking perfect. So now we can go to tickets and import our fancy link in there. So let's get a fancy link. And that looks pretty good. Why not? Why not working? So the reason this isn't working is because this is absolute. So what we need to do is in this div, we need to slap on relative. And there we go. Okay, it's a little bit big. All right, so this looks a little wonky. I think it just needs to, let's make the card a little bit bigger. So let's go back here and let's set the height. Let's make the height 20. That's not good. Height, let's try 40. That looks fine. And then let's just get rid of these. And I kind of like that. There's like a little bit of space here, but if the description is longer, that'll fill that out. So that's fine. And let's actually test making some more tickets, right? So let's make a I have another problem. This one is real, I swear. Let's submit this, okay. So we reload. And then, so let's actually, you know what we can put in here? We can put the date, right? So let's do this and let's do ticket dot created at a toLocale string. I like that. Let's make this text large. There we go. That looks good. That looks good. So now let's make one more for good measure. So let's go back here. Let's say the server is down. I can't connect. And it 404s, please. Oh, good. Submit ticket. There we go. Cool. Okay, this looks pretty good. Let's add one more just in case we messed up the grid styles. Does grid fix things? Please work. And looks good. Now, we want the most recent ones to be at the top, so let's just adjust. I think that's how we're doing this. So I think we want to order, because we need to order by. This is going to take tickets and to take, that looks maybe ascending, I think. Ascending. There we go. Okay, so or wait, we had it right the first time. There we go. Okay, the most recent ones are at the top. Cool. This is looking pretty cool. So now we're almost done. Now we just got to figure out this chat page, right? How do we figure out how to talk to our customers and get our customers to talk back to us? All right, so we're on the home stretch. Let's finish this chat page and call it a day, right? So let's get started. So I'm gonna start by making just this big div. Let's say we're gonna say flex and height screen and flex call. We got an equals there. Let's see, that looks fine. So now what I'm imagining here is let's have like a little header at the top here, and then on the top right is where we're going to distinguish either it's going to say like customer view or employee view, and that's how I was apart from whether the dashboard is there or not. Let's just see what that looks like. If we like /1/ticket/4, why do we get redirected to login? Here, so this should be if session and, right? So if there's a session, but if there's not a session, it's fine. So we can go back here, /tickets/1/tickets/4. Okay, great. So now we can see just the whole thing from the customer view. But actually, yeah, let's sign in again just to sign in and here. Alrighty. All right, so let's the two things that are going to determine the layout of our chat page is whether we're an employee or not and the ticket itself. So let's make those props here. So we're going to add ticket and employee, right? And so the type of those is going to be ticket from there. And this is going to be, why is it saying any? Employee, it's going to be an optional Boolean, right? Okay. So now here, we're going to have, let's make that header at the top. So we're going to make a new div. All right, and we're going to give this div some style. So let's give it a little bit of a border on the bottom. Border gray 300. How's that look? Oh, we can't see it because there's no content in there. That's fine for now. So border gray, and then let's give it a little bit of padding. All right, and then to kind of arrange the content in the middle, I'm going to add flex and items center and justify between. All right. And so then we're going to have two divs. So we're going to have a div, and this is going to be like the left content on the left. And we're going to have a div that's going to be the content on the right. So, all right. So in here, we're going to make a new H1, and we're going to add, we're going to say like subject. It's going to be ticket.subject. Let's make sure this is safe. And then we're going to add a span in here, span. And this is going to be based on the ticket.status. Let's see how that looks. And that's because we're missing the props here. So let's add the ticket, and this is actually just going to be true. And otherwise here we can just put the ticket. Okay, looks good. And so if we go back here, that's not right. So that's because safe kind of escapes everything in it. So we need to put this in a span as well. We can just drag this here. This can be safe. And then what we're going to want to do is apply some styles, obviously. So first of all, let's make this, let's say like text, I don't know, 3XL, font bold, flex. Yeah, let's just see that. Okay. Let's add the, if you remember from the ticket page, we have this thing. So let's just actually copy this, not here. Let's go back here and just throw that in here. So we can actually get rid of this. And that looks okay. So let's, I think we do actually want item center. We gotta save. And then let's gap 4 maybe. Okay, that looks fine. So on the right side, we're gonna have based on the employer, or first we're gonna put the organization, and that's gonna be the ticket.org, or we should have, I guess we need to pass the organization name as well. So let's make that a organization name. We can make that a string. And then we can update those here and here. Okay. And so then we can get the organization name. Again, make this safe. Look here, that looks fine. We needed to make this bigger for sure. So let's add text, maybe 2XL. And if there's an employee, so let's add like a employee and employee. That looks fine. Or let's actually make this a ternary. And we can, or customer. Okay. Let's make this a bit lighter, maybe text gray 600. It's fine. And so now let's actually put this in a wrapper div. That's going to be class flex call items end. And the reason we're going to do that is because we're going to put an anchor tag here. This is going to be like looking for employee view. And we're going to actually only include this if it's not employee, and here. And let's style that up. So first we're going to have the href, let's say, going to be /login. Let's actually make sure that that is right. Here we're going to want, or let's just send them to the let's send them to the login page. And let's add some styles. Let's make this class, let's say text blue, maybe 400 hover underline. And let's sign out to see what that would look like. I think that could be a bit darker, maybe 600. Okay. And that is not working because let's just direct people to here so they can sign in. There we go. All right. So now let's go back to the chat view. And so now we're going to need to have the chats and then the input at the bottom. So let's make that. All right, so we're going to make a new div. And this div is going to have a ID of chat messages. And this is actually going to be kind of important because this is where we're going to tell HTMX like where to swap in the new messages. And let's add some styles to this. This looks fine. Let's make sure that didn't break anything too bad. Okay. And then I'm going to make a chat bubble, say chat bubble component, and it's going to take a chat, which is going to be chat, which I don't think we ever exported. So let's do that. Export type chat equals type of chats.infer select. And so we can go here and that should be available. All right. Perfect. And now we can, let's just for now, remember, we have like a timestamp and a message. For now, let's just put a div safe with the chat.message just for now. And so then in here, right, so we actually need to get the chats. So let's go up here in our select And let's with, then include the chats. That's true. And now we can ask for those as another prop. So we can get here and then chats should be chat array. This actually needs to be there. And now we can add these in here, tickets.chats and chats looking good. All right. So in here, we can chats and that looks good. So we don't have any chats right now, so this shouldn't have anything appear. We need to return. We need to return this. And that should be fine. Okay. So there's our chats. And you can see I added overflow Y auto. So when those overflow, they should scroll. And we'll test that in a second once we actually have some chats to test. So now at the bottom, what we need to have is a div. And this is going to contain all of the stuff at the bottom. So what is that going to be? It's going to have, that looks fine. So let's see what this looks like. Okay, wow, that looks pretty good. So now let's, I don't think we need an ID for this. So this is going to have a name. It's going to be message, right? And so then we're also going to have a hidden input. It's going to be type equals hidden. The value is not going to be the ticket ID. It's going to be the is employee. Its value is going to be employee. We're just going to say, yeah, that should be good. Let's just say boolean.toString. Is that? False. Does that work? That should be good. Okay. So let's just look at what this gave us. All right, this all looks good. Let's put like a min length 1 maybe. Required, definitely. Okay, this looks fine. Let's make this gray 700 to kind of match the rest of our theme here. Looks good. Okay. So now, and let's give this a hover. All right, like hover. I don't know why this connection's really slow. There, pretty good. Okay, that looks good. Let's swap these. I like that. Okay. And let's make this required equals true. Sure. On here, we're going to have a like focus gray. That looks fine. All right. So now let's set up the endpoint, right? So we're going to have, let's add a error message below the form. So this is going to be like the other error messages we've done. So let's just copy that here, go back to chat, right? It's going to be here, error message. So let's get this. And then also we're going to data loading states. And we're going to, the button is going to be data loading disable. That's good. And so now we're going to hx post to /API/chat. That endpoint doesn't exist yet, so this should error. And we're going to hx target chat messages. We're going to hx swap equals before end. And so what we're going to do is when we post a message, it's going to give us a new chat bubble back. And we are going to append that right to the bottom of this. Perfect. So we actually are going to need to export this, or let's move all of this, or we can leave it here for now. So we can move this all to the components folder. I'm just going to leave it here because we already have all the imports, and this is like the only place it's being used besides that one endpoint on the back. So this is fine. All right. So, and then the other thing we need is HX target, right? HX target on 4XX and 5XX. And then we're also going to need to enable then if we look at what we've done for new user, need to enable the HX extension response targets, right? So let's just slap that on there. Cool. So let's make that /API/chat endpoint. So let's make a new controller. It's going to be called chat.tsx, and we're going to let's just like copy this here. Call this chat controller chat. This is fine. I don't think we'll need this. And we can, so what do we need to know, right? We need to know the organization ID. We need to know the ticket ID. And we need to know the message. So let's do that. And so then also in here, we can set a max length to 500 as well. So now that looks good. So we have the message, we have the, then we also, we need the is employee, t that boolean. I think this is going to be I don't know if that actually gets JSON'd. I don't know. We're going to see. So let's actually, or here's what we're going to do. We're going to employee true or false. And then we can just in here, is there like an enum? True, false. Does that work? No? I think we can do like a t.union. That's going to take a array of, and these should be in quotes. And that should be good. That should be good. If we look at body, there we go. Okay. So let's make sure we have all of that here. So we have the message, right? We have the is employee. So now we need to add the ticket ID and the organization ID. So we're going to add 2 more hidden inputs, and this is going to be the organization ID. It's going to be the ticket ID. And this value is going to be not that organization. Or could we just get the entire organization? I think that could be arranged. And then if we go up to where we use it, we'll need to pass. And we could just copy that, put it there. All right. Now, here we're going to organization dot name. And then down here, we're going to organization dot ID dot toString. That's a number, and these are numeric. Good. So now this is going to be that. Does that work? Okay, sure. Cool. So, all right, so now we have this, and let's hook up this controller. So we're gonna .use, and this is going to be our chat controller. That should cause this error to go away. All right, so now what do we want to do in this controller, right? So we need to get the organization. We need to get the ticket. We actually don't need to get the ticket per se, or we do. And the reason we need to get the ticket is because we have to update the ticket time, the updated at time, right? So we don't need to get the ticket, but we need to update the ticket. So we have our tenant DB. So what do we need to do? Let's await tenant DB dot insert. We're going to create a new chats. We're going to dot values. What does it want? Wants a message and a sender. So we can actually, let's switch this around. We're going to make this like role, and this is going to be employee or customer. And then we should just be able to directly assign this. What is it now like? I spelled it wrong. How do you, am I stupid? I am stupid. Okay. Or wait, I'm really dumb. Wow. Okay. This is not how you spell customer, but I don't want to rename the database column. So that's just, that's what it's going to be. It's okay though. So now this should be good, right? What's it mad about now? The ticket ID, of course. Ticket ID, body.ticket ID, right? Nice. Okay, cool. So we're inserting the chat, and then now we need to await dot update, and we're going to update tickets. And we're going to, did I import that? Right. Update.tickets.set. Updated at new date and dot where. That looks good. Let's see, what's it mad about? I think we need to import. Import from Drizzle. Import equal Drizzle RM. And that is good. Okay. So now the final thing is we're going to return a chat bubble with the it wants a chat, right? So we need to actually return this. So const chat equals dot returning. And then if not chat, I'll just say internal server error. And we're going to return internal server error. And then otherwise we can return a chat bubble with the chat equals to the chat. And we need to import this. Let's make sure that's exported. That is. Is it okay, we're good. So now we should be good. Now I'm going to batch these into one call, just for a little bit of performance increase. So let's const result equals await tenant DB dot batch. And we're going to pass it an array. And so let's put all of these in there. So we're going to have this, then a comma, and then this. And so we can get rid of that, get rid of this. And so the result is going to have let's say chat Okay. Is that right? That is perfect. Okay. So now when we send this form in, we should get a chat bubble back. So let's start up our server and see if that is the case. Let's say hi. And validation. Let's see what happened. Because we never updated the form to match the new format. So here we're going to say employee or customer, right? Misspelled customer. Perfect. So let's do that. Let's say hi. See what's wrong now. Invalid body role. Because this should be role. Okay, finally, one more time. Let's say hi. And look at that. All right, so that's pretty cool. So now we just need to do a couple things. So usually in a chat, you would always have whoever's kind of speaking on the right and the other person on the left. And we could definitely implement that, but just for simplicity, we're going to have the customer always be on the right and the employee messages always be on the left. So let's look at how we're going to implement that. So I don't want to go too deeply into the styles here. I have a chat bubble component kind of prepared, so I'm just going to throw that in here. So here's what the final chat component looks like. So basically we apply some styles in our flexbox. So if it's an employee, we're going to justify at the start. Otherwise, we're going to justify at the end. And that's going to determine kind of whether the bubble appears on the right or the left. And then we have some colors being determined, whether, again, we're an employee or not. Because we have this chat message here, we're going to want to make sure we apply the safe attribute as well. And then I just have the timestamp there. And this looks like that because we want to apply safe, not on that, but on this. So we're going to put this in a span with safe and move this inside there. And now this looks pretty good. To locale string is probably not ideal. I know there's some date formatting libraries out there. So there's some other stuff you could try, but this looks fine for now. And then let's just confirm if we open a new window and send some messages here. I am a customer. They appear on the right. Cool. So now there's two things that, or first of all, let's see how the scroll behavior ends up. So let's just like send a bunch of messages. Oh, I can't tell, but I was sending messages, but basically it doesn't automatically scroll. Like if we refresh the page, we want to see the latest messages, right? But they're showing the earliest. And then also this form doesn't reset when we send a message. So let's address those two things, and we're going to use Hyperscript for both of them. So the reset is actually super easy. We do this a good amount with Hyperscript. So we're just going to underscore and then on submit me.reset, I think. And let's try that out. Test. There we go. So that's pretty easy. The scroll thing is going to be a little bit trickier. So the way we control the kind of scroll behavior of an HTML attribute is usually with JavaScript. So we go into the DOM, we get that element, and it has two properties that we care about. So we have the scroll height and the scroll top. And if we want it to scroll all the way to the bottom, we set the scroll top equal to the scroll height. So how do we do that in Hyperscript? So let's first, let's create a new, because this is the div that we want to scroll, right? So we're going to create a new element. And is that a thing you can do? Scroll to bottom? Yeah, I don't think so. But if that was a thing, that would be pretty helpful. But what I think we can do is we can set my scroll height or top, set my scroll top to my scroll height. I think this will work. Let's try it. Yeah, look at that. Pretty cool. So I think that will work. And we have that going on load. Now it does kind of have a little bit of a flicker. So not amazing, but it's fine. And then if we type in a message, now you can see it still doesn't scroll. But what we can do is, now there's some HTMX attributes you can listen for. So you should be able to do like on HTMX after settle is the one I think. And also we want to put end here so it knows that's the end of that one. So on HTMX after settle test. Wow, there we go. That was it. So now you can see when we load the page, it scrolls down. And then when we send, hi, I am the employee. There we go. And that's actually, I kind of like the darker being the employee. Let's swap these colors around. I'm going to say customer. Again, I know it's misspelled. There we go. I'm the employee. How are you? Look at that. And again, super, super smooth with the view transitions. So how can we improve this? Let's add a placeholder in the message field. So let's add a placeholder. Because I spelled that wrong. There we go. Okay, this is looking pretty good. So if we look at some other ones, right? Tests. Hello. Nice, really coming along. Okay, so man, I love these view transitions so much. They feel so smooth. So the final thing is we have all these tickets. So let's mark them as closed, right? Let's close these tickets. So we're going to add a close button, and we're going to do that only for employees, right? So let's add that up here. So let's say in here, and so let's add it like at the end. So let's put all of this in a, let's put this in a div. And then let's have like a button just for now. This is going to say close ticket. Let's see what that looks like. I was more thinking, can we class equals flex row? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then we can items center and then flexor gap 3. There we go. Let's make that gap even larger. Okay, now let's make this, let's get this button and let's style this button. So we're going to, let's give it, you know, some PX, and let's do whatever there. Let's make this like with these. So this the open is yellow, and then I think we have, if we go into tickets, I think we have it as green, right? Yeah, green. So let's make this the same. So if, where were we? Here. So if let's add, let's make this a literal. I know there are better ways to do this with was it CLSX? But this is fine for now. Now the hover, we also need to let's hover green, and here we can red. Okay, this is there we go. Wait, we want this to be yellow, right? Yellow. So when we close the ticket, we need to send a API request. So let's decide what that's going to look like. But the first thing we're going to do is, if the ticket is closed, we're going to disable the form, right? So disabled. So disabled equals to ticket dot status equal to close, true or undefined. That works for me. And that way we can't send messages. And let's do that for the false. Is that fine with it? No. I think this needs to be, or we can just, I think we can just do this. And it's going to be happy. Right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we can add this onto our message input as well. So now, and then also we're going to add a little like banner at the bottom of the messages if it's closed. So that's going to look like tickets.status or tickets.status equal to closed. And that's fine for now. I have some styles here just to make sure this looks good. We're going to say this ticket was closed at ticket.updated at, closed at to locale string. Perfect. Okay, so we can't see what that looks like now because we can't close the ticket. But let's, or what is it mad about? Let's do a check for this, or let's just say never. Okay, ticket dot close. There we go. Okay. So now let's create the endpoint that our close button up here is going to submit to. All right, so on the back end, we're going to go to our ticket controller, and we're going to create 2 new endpoints. We're going to create a dot post slash open and a dot post slash close. And what information do we need? We need the ticket ID and the organization ID, right? So let's copy this. So let's just kind of have a default handler for now. And body is going to have an organization ID and a ticket ID. That looks good. All right. So we can actually, we're going to do something very similar for close. We can just start with open. So now in here, in our close button, that's not our close button, here. This is going to HX post to, and this is going to be, there we go. That should be happy. Yep, okay, that's fine. It's mad because we don't have this, so I'm just going to make this a blank one for now. And we can do that there. Okay, should be good now. And then this isn't in a form, so the way we're going to provide the values is with the HX values attribute. And this is basically going to ask for, not this, it's going to ask for like JSON. So we're going to, it needs to be like, there we go. And this needs to be, these are numbers, so this should be fine. And I think that is good. So let's go back to our endpoint. And we're going to copy this code. We're going to get the organization and get the DB and get the ticket. And this should be good. So we can do that here. And let's just copy all of this stuff into our context. I guess I'm just doing closed first. It doesn't really matter because they're basically going to be the same. So we can get the organization. This needs to be an async function. You can get the organization. If it's not an organization, okay. And then we're going to get the ticket, and we're actually going to update it. So we're going to update ticket. We're going to set status. It's going to be closed and closed at new date. And then also I forgot in our chat one. Okay, yeah, I make sure to set the updated. That's good. Okay, so now we're going to get, we have the ticket, and I think that is fine. So now we're going to, well, we want to make this, we need this to be a where.where. That's actually really important. And let's make sure we have a where here. Oopsies. Bit of a mistake. So let's add a where there. Oh wait, this we don't need a where because we're inserting. I'm stupid. So here, so we're going to get the new ticket. And then what we're going to do is, because basically the current page is now kind of out of date, we're just going to refresh, and because there's a lot of content to kind of swap, right? Like the things that like this needs to swap, the banner needs to swap in. So we're just going to redirect. Going to redirect with the set and headers and to that page, right? Let's see, ticket possibly undefined. Say if not ticket, that's just fine for now. Oh, it's really mad. Let's see. Now, if we close, look at that. Wow. Okay, cool. So now let's do the exact same thing for open. So we're just going to copy all of this pretty much and throw it in here. But we're going to set this to open, and we're going to set closed at to null. And we're going to set updated at, we're going to leave that for the chats. And then this should be pretty much good, I think. So if we, that shouldn't say closed ticket. That should say, here. There we go. Okay. So now we can reopen the ticket, close the ticket, and then if we go to our tickets, look at that. Pretty cool. And so here we can send a message. Hello, sir. And let's say they're going to open it up and respond and say, I am mad at you. And then we're going to go back to the employee view, refresh. And so we can mark that as closed. And I think that's just about calling it done. Now, it's not done until we deploy. So let's figure out how we're going to deploy. Now, deploying with the BETH Stack is super easy. First of all, let's push. We're going to say up done. So let's commit. And now we're going to deploy with fly. So deploying with fly, super easy. We're going to do fly launch, and I'm going to give this a name, and I'm going to call it BETH. BETH support. BETH support. And I'm just going to put it in ord. And okay, so now we need to fly secrets set all of our secrets. So we're going to set node end to production. Actually, let's just, before we do that, let's test to make sure nothing is broken. So let's set this to production, and let's do BUN start instead of BUN dev. And let's go back and just make sure everything still works. Okay. That looks pretty good. All right. So let's go back here, and we're going to fly secrets set, and we have to do this for all of ours. So we're going to set this to production, and we're going to set the log, and I think you can actually do this in the fly secrets, new secret. Okay, this is going to be a lot faster. So we didn't end up actually using the logger a lot, but it is there if you need it. So that's just pretty helpful to have. So we can set this up, local replica. database URL. Database auth token. And then we're going to get our Google. And our Google client secret. And for our host URL, you see now we're going to set this to here, this link. So let's then set our host URL to that. And then we're going to set our Terso API key. And so what we need to do now is go to our Google Cloud, right? And go to our API access and update our credentials to support our new URL. And it doesn't want a slash. In this, we need the correct callback. And that should be good. So now we're all ready to deploy. So let's fly deploy. And it's going to take a little bit. And while it deploys, I'm going to talk about the scalability. So if you know anything about Fly, you know that they allow you to, if we just go to their homepage here, Fly allows you to deploy your apps basically anywhere on the edge and scale. They're kind of like a mixture between serverless and serverful. It's really cool because they allow you to have full long-running servers, but you can scale down to 0 and scale up to pretty much infinite, which is a really cool balance. Obviously, it has some trade-offs, but what we can do is we can create our machines and we can scale them. We can scale up the number of machines. We can scale up the performance of machines, and we can scale up to different locations. And again, with Terso, you can also put a database in all the locations you put your compute in. And now, again, you can even put an embedded database in there. So really, really cool scalability. So once this finishes deploying, we can check it out. And look at that. We are, what's an invalid request? Oops, let's see what's wrong then. All right, so I think I had a little bit of a mistake with my redirect URL. So make sure that's right in your Google console. But I'm now on the live site, right? And everything works just the same. And we can go and we can reopen a ticket and say, is everything still okay? And close it, and everything looks good. Now, so I promised to show you how to scale, and it's super, super easy. So starting with Fly, you can scale to multiple machines, bigger machines, many locations. So that looks like this. We're going to fly scale count 1. So this means we're just going to add 1 machine. And we're going to set this in the region of NRT. So that's in Tokyo. And it's going to ask if we're okay, and it's going to just do it. And so then for Terso, so let's list our DBs. So now, again, if you're using Terso after this video comes out, all your DBs are going to be in one single group. So you'll be able to scale it to up to 2 other locations, no problem. Now, I'm working with it on a kind of pre-release. So my main DB and my other DB are in a different group, which technically classifies as different DBs. So I can only, so they're being replicated separately. But again, in the future, you'll be able to they'll all be in one group and you'll be able to replicate that group. So for now, I'm just going to show you how easy it is. So with Terso, you can Terso DB replicate BETH NRT, and just like that, we are in Japan. So now we have a server running in Japan, we have a database running in Japan, and we could scale to even more. Now, so this technology is super, super cool and really, really powerful. All right, so the last thing I wanted to show you guys was I was talking about how easy it is to give a customer kind of organization their data when they ask for it because everything is kept separate. And so I'm going to show you what that would look like. So we're going to go in and we're going to Terso DB list. And you could get this either from your primary database or I'm just going to copy it here. And so we're going to get this database and we're going to Terso DB shell this database. And we're going to put in the .dump command. We're just going to put that into a org.data file. And in a second here, we are going to have all of their data. These are all the chats and all the tickets. and we can just send this straight to the company. Super, super easy, right? Very cool feature of having kind of one database per organization, per user, etc. And so that's pretty much it. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. I put a ton of time into making it. If you have any questions, I'm opening a Discord server, so the link to that's going to be down below. And of course, all of the code is going to be on GitHub. You can, of course, open an issue. Please feel free to contribute to either the repo or the template or the CLI. Definitely would be totally appreciated. Again, thank you to Terso for supporting the channel. Their features are really, really cool. It was really fun making an app around it. And definitely you should go check them out. There's going to be a link in the description for that. And again, really thank you to all the support. The original BETH Stack video has like over 150,000 views now, which is absolutely insane. So it's been really, really amazing to kind of see the support and now build like a much larger app with it. And other than that, I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.